What is going on there, everybody? It's a marvelous Monday. I guess as far as got myself a pretty decent bike ride in. I guess as far as before I start a stream. Pretty nice out, sunny. No rain. I guess as far as so that's always a good thing. But we got busy here in the off stream. I guess as far as to find ourselves this crazy looking Pinto. You are fast today. I guess as far as you got that first year. Welcome into Thunderlane, everybody. Yeah, this just came out over the weekend. This Pinto, and there's a lot of trims to this thing. There's the better part of like 22 different configurations, I guess, as far as this across the whole run. I guess as far as of the Pinto, kind of crazy. This is probably one of the crazier trims of this one. Is this Pro Stock? I guess as far as Bob Glidden. I don't know of this car in reality. I don't know of this car, I guess, as far as in reality, but apparently it is a real thing. This really gives me some ideas for the type of parts that we can put on our drag Camaro. I have debated whether or not to put a wheelie bar and a chute on that. This definitely, you know, when we see stuff like this, that's pretty cool looking. I mean, this looks pretty legit. Got the blown motor in there. Not really sure, I guess, as far as why it doesn't have the cutout in the bottom side of the hood, but oh, that's definitely good news there, Thunderlane. Definitely good news, I guess, as far as especially this time of year. So I know had to stink of dealing with their allergies. We got this version and also a Resto mod. There's also what I've noticed, a V8 swap. There's a V8 swap option, I guess, as far as that allows for. I forget. I think it's a Coyote. As well. I guess as far as, but this one's a Resto mod. So this is just one of many, I guess, as far as configurations on there. I guess as far as to put a bigger motor into this little car. So we acquired this one here. These are both from auction. I paid a ton of money for this one. In fact, I might have overpaid. Yeah, went a little bit crazy there at the auction, I guess, as far as, but we're gonna see if we can fix this one up and get it out of the red. Most of the car, from what I can tell, is still in pretty good shape. But we're gonna see if we can fix her up, I guess, as far as like that. So we'll probably start on that guy, and then work our way over to this Rustamod Pinto. And that's the name of the game, I guess, as far as for our Monday today. So this one does run. Obviously, that one does not. So I think what we'll do first, inventory's clear. Let's fix up some body panels on this one. Yeah, some very interesting options that are on a lot of these Pintos that I've checked out already. So when you say it's your field, you don't actually do the work in your own field. You like hire that out. Just out of curiosity. So you don't have the farm. So this is the other thing I noticed with some of these trims, that the tires actually do protrude, I guess, as far as into the trunk. That's about the only fault that I've seen on these as far as clipping parts. That's about the only thing that I've noticed, though. I think that's also evident on this dude. Yeah, not so much on this one. Obviously, that still needs to be welded on the frame. I got you there, Thunderlane. Yeah, there's plenty of farmers I know in that way. Farming equipment's expensive. So whether you just rent the machine from other farmers and do the work yourself, or you just hire out the work directly, I guess, as far as not uncommon. Yeah, look at the way that core support's done on this. Very simple, but effective. Yeah, we tried to clean up our own core support. I'm still tweaking on this guy, I guess, as far as you know, we added the engine cover, I guess, as far as to be able to remove that. What I have noticed, like, when you find these cars in the junkyard, there's a lot of parts that I got flipped to the point where you can't see anything there, but it is. So I definitely need to address that at some point. That looks so much better with that color on there too. Can't say that enough. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. So yeah, we're just gonna fix up some body panels on this guy, and see if we can get the body in good shape. We'll weld the frame. Man, if these don't look, remind me exactly of a Pinto. I don't know what it does. Pretty cool deal there. Look at how big those tires in the front. That's, you just squeeze those things in there. Crazy. So just look and see. Do we got any more body parts? Yeah, when I saw this one, it's just like, now you don't think too much, I guess, as far as of a Pinto. I mean, a Pinto just being a really small, like, meh, it's like whatever. But when you see something like that, that's just blown out, I guess, as far as just souped up, it's just like kind of crazy. Yo, what's going on here, JB? What's happening? Hope the morning's going well. So far, I got your coffee. We're just getting started here with this one. Good afternoon there, Jackdaw. Usually it's good evening, so you kind of throw me off there a little bit. But yeah, how was it doing today? So I think that's all the body panels. Let's go ahead and get these fixed up over here. I got everybody trying to throw me out. What's going on there, old timer?
Get her done.
We're gonna get her done. That's right. So yeah. Yeah, so one of the, well, I got two trims of plenty represented with this Pinto. One being this Pro Stock, and then we also got a Resto mod. Those are the only ones that really interest me out of the Pintos. And trust me, I'm not a big Ford fan, but you know, when you see cars like this, I guess as far as kind of souped up the way they are, it's just like, how can you not like it? I mean, look at the stance on that thing. I mean, who cares that it's a Pinto, right? I mean, it just looks pretty crazy looking. Let me see. Oh yeah, that's Chilio. That's definitely Chilio. Yeah, I got a Resto mod version right here. I also noticed there is a V8 swap. So it's kind of neat, I guess, as far as that the creator did provide both a Resto and just a V8 swap. So the V8 swap definitely looks more like a sleeper. You know, it looks like just a standard Pinto, but when you open the hood, it's like, holy crap. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty warm here today. I guess as far as we got a pretty good bike ride in today. I'm not even sure how many miles I got in. I want to say probably a good 3-4 miles. Pretty decent one. Not as long as I probably wanted it to be, but I'll probably go out later if it stays halfway decent out. Post stream. Definitely just channeling my using the bike, I guess, as far as when it is a nice day out. 3 to 4 miles, yeah. Yeah, you know, when you get these nice days like this, you just almost feel inclined to do that, just to kind of enjoy the day. And I don't do it, I guess, as far as to make it like a chore. You know, I think that's the other thing. 7 miles, I guess, as far as that's a pretty good amount of walking. That's a decent amount of walking. These boots were made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. Well, okay, we gotta get some new winders. One of these days, these boots. I don't know why that song got in my head. It just kind of fit there. Yep, that's a good time to do it too. Get the blood flowing. Yep. Used to do that on the regular, just as far as when I was in the service, trying to maintain, I guess, as far as that way. Well, a good way to get woken up, I guess, as far as just do some initial stretching. Just some simple stretches, you know, leg stretches. You know, I got a routine, I guess, as far as for stretching. And that definitely gets the things flowing and give me help and wake up. You know, I see this same creator, I guess, as far as does some really interesting things with the windshield. to include the wipers and stuff like the rear view. Yeah, I don't have... Wait, where? No, I don't think so. I'm going to take a look at the body parts here once I get the winders in. There might be. Yeah, we'll have to look and see. Whoops, I want to go to the store. A lot of really cool stuff in here, though. There's different versions of the wheelie bar and the chute. What I noticed here, too, this really gives me some really cool ideas for what we can do to our drag, Camaro, our Gen 2 Camaro. What's going on there, Darian? Welcome in. Yeah, this is really cool. Even different trims. One of the trims, I guess, as far as for the roll cages, different colors. That's pretty cool. A lot of really cool different parts. We're building a Pro Stock Pinto. Just for clarity. Pro Stock Pinto. Oh, we gotta get these. I think I already got them on the list. Pro Stock Pinto. So, picture, if you will, I guess, as far as you know what a Pinto is, right? Just a stock Pinto. Not much going on with a stock Pinto, but this is a blown out Pinto. Okay, so how's the body looking? Well, you're gonna learn yourself, I guess, as far as about the Pinto. How about that? So we got 98% on the body. So let's see what we didn't miss here. There might be something that we did miss with the body. Car part 5, 6C. Yeah, you definitely do. I learn a lot too, I guess, as far as I'm not a big, I'm a big Chevy guy, right? So when we see these Fords, you know, done in this fashion, definitely feel inclined to get so far to work it out. Yellow seat? What do you mean a yellow seat? They're red. I don't know what you mean by yellow. Let's see. So we got car part 5, 6C, and 2. No, these in here, that's why we're fixing it up. If you're talking about these being yellow, yeah, we're trying to fix it up. We bought this from the auction, and we're trying to fix it up. Yep, they definitely do. So 2, 6C. We're getting to the interior. We're doing body parts for the moment. The 2, 6C, and 5. Let's see what these parts are in the store. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. We're trying to do body parts first. Let's do... So part 5. A lot of parts in there. So you might be onto something there, JB. I don't know what these are here. There's really nothing in the thumbnail. They're not labeled very well. Let me see here. So if we go into this one's 5. Okay, is that the one that's luxury? Let's see what that one's all about. Yeah, so I think that's what JB was pointing out. Let's see, so this one here is part 5. I don't know what that is. Not labeled very well, I guess, as far as, so I'm assuming that's probably what old-timer's talking about. So around here, yep. So this stuff right there, that's part 6. That can probably be repaired. And then probably around here, yep. Interesting. If I can get at that. Is that missing entirely? So there's the window. I think that's missing entirely. So that's the whole door. Yeah, I think it's entirely missing. I think. Let me pull that back out. That's the door. Yeah. I don't know why they do that. That is so kind of annoying. It's like, that's such a small part. No, well, we just got it, so we're just starting to work on it. We're gonna try and get it just to the base horsepower, as we usually do. So try to get it to that. We did overpay on this one too, so I don't know what's going on with these. It doesn't select that. Well, I got the part 5, but it seems like there is something like JB mentioned, I guess, as far as around this window, but it's not highlighting that. I'm gonna take this out. All right, so what I'm gonna do is there something that goes around this window? I think that's what he was pointing out. I see around the rear window. For sure. Pull that out. I don't see it. You can't highlight it though. That's what's kind of annoying. Maybe down there. Oh, I thought we were talking about around here. It seems like around this part here, I guess, as far as there's something missing there, is the way the rear window is. There's side flares. Is that what it is? Okay, so how come it doesn't highlight that when you go into symbol? If we go, oh, there's part 5 right there. Got it. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know if that's the way that's supposed to be on the door. See all those white there? I don't know if that's supposed to have trim on that. I don't know for sure. This is the first time me looking at this car, so I have no idea. So the part 5 was the flares on the bottom. Okay, we got that. Let's go fix that up. Part 6, I think it was totally missing on the driver's side. Pull this one out. Okay, so I don't know if I got both of those out. Part 6C, we got 5. Oh, 6C, I guess as far as it includes both. I gotcha. So they're not independent. I feel like those need to be labeled a little bit better. Like that should say like you know, side flare or something. I don't feel like that's labeled very well. I guess as far as kind of know what that is. So I think it should be labeled a little bit better. Anyway, we'll get these parts fixed up. Yeah, all it says on there is luxury. It's like luxury what? I know there's a lot of different trims for this car. I guess as far as so I get it, but definitely need a little bit more explanation on it. Let's see if we can get these on. So part 5. Alright. And then part 6 is this. I can get it highlighted. See, I don't like these type of parts like that. That's kind of weird. I don't feel like that should be necessary. Yeah, I don't feel like that should be necessary. But it is there, so we're going to work with it. Alright. Those windows back in and see where we're at on the body. Sometimes too many parts can be a little bit too much. But we're still 98%, so what else do we got to do here? So car part 2. What's car part 2? So if we go to the store, car part 2 is the roll cage. Okay. Be simple enough. So I always find it interesting about how these graders, I guess, as far as what level they put, you know, what number they put the certain parts at. So like I've put on the Gen 2 Camaro, the roll cage is part 4. Yeah, so just depending on what you look at. I think this one's got a roll cage too. One of these trims of the Firebird's got that too. I don't think this one does. I guess I just find it interesting, I guess, as far as what position in the hierarchy, I guess, as far as that you put those parts like that when you build it. I don't really like how they're not labeled very well. Just better labeling would be good. Since the seats are... No, those are just F-type. They're just F-type seats is what I noticed. So out of the Jaguar F-type, I don't think those are parts. No, I don't think so. So these are just... so if we go into here, for example... This is simple. Yeah, these are just F-type, Jaguar F-type seats, which is kind of a interesting option, I guess, as far as for this drag car. I mean, that's part about, there's two different seats. So we put these seats in our drag car. And I don't remember which ones these are. These are available in the game by default. And it doesn't have the holes for the belt, but it does have, you know, that drag, I guess, as far as type of seat. So there's this one and then that F-type you put in there. So that was an interesting choice on this Pinto. I think what they were trying to do, we don't really have a seat per se, I guess, as far as that puts the belts, like the 3 or 5 point harness on the seat. So it's sometimes that just kind of works better that way. Yeah. Alright, so let's go ahead and close that. We'll fix up the... Did I fix it up already? Yep, guess we did fix that up. So let's put that roll cage back in there. And I think that should get the body to 100%. And okay, that. And where are we at? 100% on the body, so we can weld the frame, get that up, we're good to go. So we're good to go on the body. Good to go on that. We got that figured out. I don't know if we'll have the same things we'll have to issue with on the rest of the mod. We'll have to see once we get to that one. That one's gonna need a lot more work for sure. $750 to get that welded. That seems pretty cheap. I feel like that should be higher, being the fact that it's a pro stock. I could be wrong, but I feel like it should be higher. Okay, let's get this out of the way so we're not tripping on it. So now we got the frame and the body good to go. Let's do some interior. Let's do some work on the interior. And we did already determine that it has F-type seats, I guess as far as from the Jaguar. And of course, a steering wheel. I didn't notice a fire extinguisher in here. So it's the interior is not like trimmed down, I guess, as far as to make it, you know, more draggish, if you will. And no, wait a minute. Is that the handbrake? Oh, that's the handbrake. Okay, I was like, what is that? So some of you saw, I guess, as far as what we did on our last week on Wednesday. We did some work on the drag, I guess, as far as to add such things as the hood pins and also fire extinguisher, I guess, as far as in there. And we also did some refinements in the interior. Yeah, I think it should have a fire extinguisher. I don't even think our rest of mod... Yeah, this drag Firebird doesn't even have one either. I feel like any type of car, I guess, as far as that's set up for drag, should definitely have a fire extinguisher in it. Safety first. You never know when a fire is going to break out in there, and I guess as far as you just want to be able to put that fire out. Okay, so we need to get new seats in that. I definitely feel like that's definitely true. Definitely feel like that should be standard equipment. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but I think that should be standard equipment. Absolutely. Let's see, we need to go to... Now we got them on the list. Let's go to the interior shop. Grab those items. So 2 of these seats. 1 of those. And slap them in. Yeah, it's kind of like seat belts like in passenger cars. You know, it's kind of like that. Standard equipment. Okay. So that is the interior. That should get that. Oh, we got to detail it. They never detail these cars, I guess, as far as from the auction. So we're going to do that ourselves. Move this over to here. Get her cleaned up here in the interior, and then I'll get that good to go. Yeah, so here's the thing. Unless I make that part that I did for the fire extinguisher as a bonus part, I wouldn't be able to add that to this car. And I'm a little bit not as well versed in making bonus parts as much as I am just building the car. Yeah, so like I said, I guess as far as it's not like I'm sure there probably is a fire extinguisher that out there as a bonus part to be able to put that in the car. I don't doubt that. Like I said, I'm not Number one, I'm not a huge fan of bonus parts. I'd rather it be applied to the car build itself. There's no fire extinguisher as a bonus part. I find that amazing. No one has done a fire extinguisher as a bonus part. That sounds kind of crazy to me. I wish I knew more about how to do bonus parts for the game. Nitrous. I've seen the nitrous bottle. Yeah, I have seen that. But yeah, that's kind of surprises me that there's not a fire extinguisher bonus part. Well, I have no idea how that's done. I've had my troubles, I guess, as far as, well enough, I guess, as far as just to figure out the construct of the car building process. And I showed that on Wednesday last week, I guess, as far as just to kind of give you an idea. Bonus parts, you know, it's a whole different animal, I guess, as far as how you spit that out and so on. And maybe that's why it hasn't been done. Maybe that's part of the reason why there isn't a fire extinguisher made. Because I would feel, out of all the bonus parts that are out there, if it was easy enough to do, it'd already be done. That's kind of what I feel. So maybe that's part of my misunderstanding of how bonus parts work, how they're created. But anywho, we got this car 100% and all those parts. Now we just got to work on the other parts. What I want to do with this one here, maybe we'll put this up for prediction. You know, take some guesses here. We know the engine is not 100%, right? So let's do some tests on her, just to kind of get a baseline for what's going on with the engine. It's in pretty good shape, visually. But let's do a compression test. It does run, like I already said. Let's just take a look at the guts of it and see what's going on. As you can see, it's not 100%. Yeah, I would think so there, old timer. I would think so. So I don't know if I'm not sure why that would be. Yeah, say if you can make a nitrous bottle, it seems reasonable, I guess, as far as to think that you should be able to make a fire extinguisher for sure. I don't argue that. So yeah, we can see the condition of the engine. So we know it's not 100%. It's in pretty good shape though. Let's go ahead and do electrical tests. Let's do all the tests we can. We'll do fuel pressure, just to kind of get a gauge of how much potential horsepower loss we got on this thing. So 419 is the base. So far I'm thinking it might just round this off to an even 400. So about a 19 horsepower loss, maybe. I've been wrong before, I guess, as far as, so don't take what I say, I guess, as far as the holy grail. Let's do fuel pressure test. Where's that at? Right here. We'll get all these engine tests done, I guess, as far as just to see where we're at. Oh yeah, it's just an educated guess. All right, so based on the condition we got here, I'm gonna say it's kind of 50-50 yellow and green. No orange or red parts, so that's pretty good. I'm gonna say probably about 50 to 55 horsepower loss. That's gonna be my guess. So if you got your guesses, I guess, as far as, feel free to post those out there. We're gonna get this over to the dyno. We're gonna find out exactly how much. Let's get it over to the dyno. I'm gonna say about maximum 55 horsepower loss. Kind of 50-50. I'm gonna stay in that 50 range. So if you got any guesses, as far as, feel free to chime it out. Yeah, it's definitely noisy in here. So if you're new here, you know, some of you might be new here, as far as you run the dyno, it gets a little noisy in here. Just be aware of that. Any guesses? Okay, so you're going how much horsepower total? So 388, that's about 30 horsepower loss. Yeah, 20. Yeah, so you're guessing about a 30. I'm guessing about 55 max. So you got 390s. 390. Okay, some good guesses. Let's go ahead and do. Let's run it. Let's rip it. Let her rip, Tater Chip. See how close we are. $55 is my guess. A horsepower loss. Horsepower, so it looks like, yeah, between Thunder Lane and Old Timer, we're closer. We're definitely closer, I guess, as far as to my guess. Mine was a little bit higher. That's actually not bad considering the condition of this thing. That's pretty not bad. We're gonna fix this engine up though for sure. Let's get it back over to the lift. Now that we got a baseline, I guess, as far as how much horsepower we lost. We definitely want to fix it up. Definitely want to fix it up. So we got a Coyote engine, I guess, as far as in this one. That Ford, that massive Ford power plant, I guess, as far as in that rest of mod. Pinto. Alright, let's get this one pulled out and we'll get this fixed up. Man, just look at how far the front tires are tucked up into the fender. That's crazy. Gotta love it. There's a lot of weight in the front there, too. Let's move this over here. We'll get the oil drained. Oil's in pretty good shape. That's always good. Someone took care of this pretty well. Now, what kind of condition? How did we do this? So we're a good 20,000 in the hole with buying this at the auction. Where are we at now? Still in the hole. Yeah. Still a little bit in the hole, so we're going to fix this engine up and see if that gets us a little bit more out of the hole. We'll get everything 100% and hopefully it gets us out of the red. I got it. Yeah, otherwise it'll probably clip through. I can imagine. Probably clips through the fender and the wheel tubs. I wouldn't doubt it. Would not doubt that. So it's got the double wishbone suspension on it. Okay, I didn't mean to take that out just yet. Okay, let's put that back in for now. We'll probably get to working on those, but I just want to get out the stuff for the engine. Yeah, so we do got clipping in here. It's so hard to not get these parts not to clip through other parts. It's so hard. Get the drive shaft off. Wait a minute. The heck? There we go. I was in the wrong mode. I mean, for real. I mean, it's just tough to find parts against the parts that don't clip into each other. That's the biggest issue that we have, I guess, as far as with designing cars. I think that's a big part of the reason why it's taken me so long as it has, I guess, as far as to get Gen 2 Camaro done. Trying to not to get things to clip. Yeah, I can definitely see if you were to turn the wheel, it would definitely clip through the fender. That's wild. And you got the skinny center line tires in front there too, just like a drag car usually does. Pretty cool. So we got all that dismantled, so we can get that engine yanked out of there. Guess I didn't need to put it all the way down, but there we go. Alright, so does this have ABS? Nope, but it does have a fuse panel. It's got that old school supercharged engine. Alrighty then. Get her pulled down. Hey, she's out of there. Very clean engine bay too. So let's do some preliminaries here in the engine bay. Thunder Lane over there trying to throw me off. What's going on there? Right, let's charge that battery up. Let's drain some fluids out of this. Fix up the servo. Just a little bit. And it's fine, it's acceptable. So let's do the fuse panel. No ECU on this thing, you got that old school supercharged. Yeah, definitely hoping we can get this out of the red. And we can make our money back. Yeah, we're still... You know, even after fixing up all the stuff that we did there, we're still 11,000 in the hole. I definitely feel like I overpaid. That's the highest one, I think, in a while that we've had. Alright, let's go ahead and drain the cherry juice out. Yeah, I've been considering some other redeems. Yeah, it is a lot of money. I'm trying to remember the last card that I did that we were like a big time in the hole, and we were able to get it out of the hole. But yeah, it took to get it completely all restored. Completely restored. So I think that's going to be the case with this guy as well. We're going to get her done. Definitely going to get her done. Alright, let's get this one out. Yep, it's definitely wrong. Now I wish it worked the other way too, and I know we've mentioned that before. Once you fix the car up, be able to take it back to auction and see if we can make more money than we paid for it. Haven't been able to do that. Okay, engine base clear. Let's go ahead and get some parts fixed up here. Yeah, that would be nice, just to get a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. We can make it. No, never mind. Just a little bit. Oh, we're getting into that. Yeah, we're definitely getting into that. So, put our servo and all that back in. Whoops, that's the wrong one. So like that. There we go. Get in the right mode. So we got our fuse box refurbished. Battery, it should be recharged. Let's get that off the charger. Okay, so we got battery back off the charger. Get a new cherry juice container. Radiator is repaired. Cool. Yep, so we got a new cherry juice container. Let's go back to this store, get one of those. And got a bug juice. Yeah, we do got a bug juice container. Get that all back in here. So got the old school radiator, so I guess we don't need that. Okay. Let's take a note. Take a note. Gatorade container. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we need some fuses and relays. So let's get these on the list, and we'll go to electronic shop for those. That's really got me thinking about that new that's gonna go on the engine. That's gonna be related to the engine for sure, as far as the fuel filter. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. So we got 2 of those relays. Okay, there we go. Lost my train of thought there for a second. So we need 2 of these. Oh yeah, we got a lot of time in this game. We got lots of experience in it. 3 in there. No, it wasn't so much you got me confused, it just lost my train of thought. Got a lot going on here. A lot going on there. So we got 2 of these. This fuse panel's got a lot going on with it. By itself. That was a little bit to get figured out with the body parts for sure. That was definitely I feel like it just might have a little too much going on with it, with the like some of the trim like on the flares, or just maybe some better labeling on those parts. That's about all. Better labeling might make this a little bit easier, I guess, as far as to understand what's going on with it. Some of those parts. Okay, so it looks like our engine bay is good to go. Nice, let's get the engine on the stand. And let's break that down. So, we only lost, what was it, 41 horsepower off of this thing. Pretty good. That's pretty darn good, I have to say. But we want to get it 100%. We want to get all that horsepower out of it. We're going to break her all down, clean her all up, and get everything we can out of it. Now, whether or not we'll tune this bad boy, that's still yet to be determined. For now, I just want to get it to the base horsepower and go from there. I think we can, yeah, we can definitely probably get, based on what we got set up here, is to get more than 419 horse. I think we can probably push it to closer to 6, maybe. Yeah. Crazy clip that gets pinned up against the intake here. Come on now. Okay, let's get the intake out. How about that? We'll get that clip out of there. I mean, quite honestly, if we really wanted to, we could probably put all the performance parts on this thing. I think it would deserve it to do that. I don't know how much horsepower this car got back in the day. I don't know how much horsepower would have got. I would have to guess. It would probably push around 1,000. That would be kind of like funny car type of horsepower. So the fact that this is pro street, I'm thinking more realistically probably about 650, somewhere around that range. Yeah, when you get into like the 1,000 horsepower range, then you're talking like funny car type of class. I don't know. We might, since we're going to break this down, we're going to have a lot of parts that are going to be refurbished. I might build a separate engine. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we'll build a separate engine, I guess, as far as that's entirely performance. And then just have one that's stock. That would be hard. That would be a tall order. That would be a tall order with that, because I think the fastest one... fastest car that I have, horsepower rise. Oh boy, I might have to think about that one a second. That's gonna be. In fact, I think I've got it outside here. Hold on. I think I got that parked outside here. We've got the drag monster. This is a twin turbo, and this one has 2,753 horsepower. That's a beast. I think that might be the highest horsepower engine that we have. Is it that twin turbo? Probably the next one would be one of the Koenigs. So this one has 2183. Not quite as much as the drag monster. And that one is that the supercharger or the turbo?
Welcome to the party, pal.
That's our twin turbo. Racer Batman coming to the party. What's going on there, Racer Batman? Welcome on in. Yeah, this one is our supercharged V8. Right? And then this one's our twin turbo Koenig. Yeah, here's the twin turbo. And this one has 2002. So not quite as much, I guess, as far as the supercharged V8. So these are probably my closest ones that I have for lots of horsepower. Oh! So did you have a nice day for cutting the grass there, Racer Batman? I know it was a nice day here. Pretty nice sunny day. That's a good thing. So yeah, I think this one right here, Thunderlane. Is it noisy? What's causing all the noise? Yeah, so that's probably my highest horsepower in vehicle right there is the drag monster. Now that would be a pretty tall order to get that one to this level. Without a new config. Checking out the junk mail, see what's in the junk mail. Yeah, I didn't get anything good in the mail today either. It was kind of all junk. Yeah, sometimes it's okay to get junk mail because that means you got nothing that got no bills or anything like that. You know what I mean? Ain't getting bills in the mail. Nothing worse than getting bills in the mail. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the auto pay stuff. Nope, I don't like it because, and here's why. I know to each their own, I guess, as far as to use those types of services. They can take out monies that they're not supposed to, right? And then you got to fix that. I don't like dealing with that crap. I'd rather have more control of my own money when it comes to paying for stuff. So it's like if I'm late, I'm late. If you need to charge me, I guess, as far as for being a couple days late or whatever, so be it. But I'm sorry, I'm not a big fan of auto pay on anything. Because then they feel like, you know, when their automated system, I guess, as far as finds it necessary to take a payment out whenever, and it might be erroneous, you know, it might be done wrong, then that puts me with less money in my account to pay other things. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that. Nope. I've had to deal with that too much, and as far as like, that's not a cool thing to deal with. That's just my own qualm, I guess, as far as the auto pay. I know a lot of people find it convenient. I don't. Because like I said, I put enough money in there, I guess, as far as to pay for what I need to. Put it on the side so I don't spend it on other things. And I don't need some auto pay thing, I guess, as far as taking it out there when it shouldn't. You know, when their systems break, I guess, as far as and take it out when it's not supposed to, that disallows me from being able to pay other things, I guess, as far as I need to be paid at a particular time. So that's my biggest qualm with having auto pay. I know it's not everybody's. A lot of people do find it convenient. I don't. I'd rather pay it in person. You know, have more control of my own monies, and not having to fix, I guess, as far as the problem of it being taken out wrongfully. Let's see. There's too many systems out there, I think, that are just broken in that regard that cause that type of stuff. Yeah, I think we're just going to rebuild this guy, I guess, as far as stock. And we'll slap that in there and see what we get out of it. I mean, that's good that you have somebody else that you can trust. I don't know. I guess I just like dealing with my own funds. I feel more secure, I guess, as far as just dealing with my own funds. Some people don't have that security, and that's okay, as long as you got somebody that you do trust and rely on, not do anything wrongfully. I guess as far as that's, I would have a hard time, I guess, as far as for myself to do that. I've gotten screwed over so many times, I guess, as far as with money's not taken out wrongfully. For other things, and it takes them forever to get it fixed. It's like, you know, it was easy enough for you to take it out. Well, see, and that there's the problem, I guess, as far as when it goes to places that it's not supposed to, right? And then you have to still call and talk to an actual person to fix it anyway when it is broken. Yeah, that's my problem with it anyway. But yeah, if you've got somebody else dealing with that for you, it kind of takes the stress off of you to do it. But I'm sure they probably get stressed out too, I guess, as far as having to deal with that kind of crap. I don't know. I'm just not a big fan. I think it's too convenient with the auto pay stuff, quite honestly. Too convenient. And it's more convenient in the fashion that the person that you owe the money to, I guess, as far as it's more convenient for them, not necessarily for the end user. That's just my perspective on it. Nobody has to agree with it, but that's my feeling on it. Yeah, so if that's what they're trying to do, is just allow you to do it. But I'm sure they probably had to deal with having to fix things being charged wrongfully. So regardless if you have to deal with it yourself, I'm sure they probably have to. I would just rather not. I don't need that stress of having to fix, I guess, as far as the problem with the automated system. I guess I'm just traditional in that fashion, I guess, as far as paying your bills, I guess, as far as manually. I like the manual approach to it. You know, I think that's probably another thing that we're lacking In this world today, I guess as far as that social interaction, you know, that personability, I guess as far as with people, you know, debtors that you owe money to have respect, I guess as far as for who you are and where that money's coming from, to give you to give them some business, right? You know, these digital transactions, it kind of takes away from a lot of the personability, and I'm not a big fan of that. I'm just not really a big fan of that. So as more and more places become more automated, you know, I'm finding myself, I guess, as far as to find another place to get that service. You know, it's like if you don't want to accept my physical cash and me coming in personally to pay it manually, then I guess you don't want my business. You know, if you want to remove, I guess, as far as that social interaction, that personability, I guess, as far as if you providing me a service and I'm giving you my funds, I guess, as far as to get that service, yeah, more than likely you probably just don't want my business anymore. Oh, speaking of fuel filter, gotta get that replaced. I'll let that hang in. My bad. Okay, so let's get the crank back in there. That should be all refurbished. And we'll get some new pistons and rings. We gotta go back to this store to get those. So 8 new pistons. And don't forget to put the rings on them. Oh. Okay, so new pistons and rings. Yeah, we'll get all this base horsepower right anyway. Yeah, don't get me wrong about it either. I know some folks, I guess, as far as just don't have the ability. Yes, exactly. So you get the song. I've been waiting for somebody, I guess, as far as to pick up on that. Don't forget to put the ring on it. I think that was a Beyonce song, if I remember right. Was that a Beyonce song? I think it was. There's a lot of there's a song out there for just about every situation. Definitely feels that way, so we're gonna build that. I'm putting a lot of the top end stuff. This is not the way you'd probably want to build it in reality. You probably want to get the bottom end set first. In fact, I'm gonna do that now. Let's see. Let's do crank bearings on our crank. Yeah, about there being a song for just about every situation. I think any situation that comes up there's a song out there. It's kind of like the saying goes: if there's something, I wasn't gonna say that. So there's an app for everything, right? So just about anything you want to deal with on your phone, there's probably an app for it. Probably. So it's much that same type of saying. Which some of those apps that are out there, I feel like, again, it comes down to this probably being too convenient. Some apps I think are just too convenient, especially when it comes to your personal data. All right, so there is all of that. Let's button up the bottom end. Yeah, I think when if we build a performance engine on this, we could probably paint it. I don't know what color we paint it, so the fact that maybe a Ford motor blue, if we build the performance engine. I don't know, what are the colors of the performance Ford engines? What's the Coyote? Let me see here. So the Coyote, for example, is... yeah, it's mostly got black and silver, I guess. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. What are you doing? Get that off the list. I'll just taking a look at... yeah, so probably maybe a black and silver. That's kind of what the Coyote is kind of painted. Well, we obviously do it... I'm trying to think of what color Ford does their performance engines. Yeah, so initially I was thinking Ford motor blue, but I think you could probably definitely do like a black engine block with silver accented parts. Yeah, that might be cool. Have to try that out. We'll do that with a secondary engine build. So camshaft, that is repaired. Nice. All right, let's do our valve train. We need new push rods. Gets mechanics dozen of those. Cool, and then we're gonna need some rocker arms too. One thing at a time. Let's put the push rods in first. Yeah, I'm thinking if we do a performance, you know, an all performance stout, you know, these engines for our Pinto, we could do a black engine block. I think that might look interesting. And then, yeah, silver accented parts. Maybe not necessarily chrome, but maybe just the silver. Some shade of silver. That would look cool. You know, another thing, you know, speaking of, I kind of got this on the brain, I guess, as far as about the bonus parts. Another thing I haven't seen a bonus part for is a MSD ignition box. That's another thing. That's what a lot of drag cars had back in the day, is an MSD ignition box. So that's something else too. I have started on creating something for the drag Camaro. I have started something. And more than likely where I would put it, you know, kind of dress up this engine bay a little bit, would be somewhere in this part, this side here. So I had tried it both on the firewall and also on the fender the wheel well. Be able to put an ignition box. That's another thing that seems as lacking in a lot of drag cars in this game, is MSD ignition box. But this is really cool too. I like how they did this. And there's like different variants of this here. So there's one with just a chute, no wheelie bar, just the wheelie bar. So that's pretty neat. Kind of dig it. Okay, so let's get our rocker arms on our valve train. Come on, ride that train. Keep it riding. See, and there's another one. There's another song that's built for every occasion. Maybe a different kind of train, but, you know, same idea. Red, blue, or black. Yeah, I didn't bring my shovel. I probably should have brought my shovel. So red, blue. So blue, would it be like a Ford motor blue? Ford motor blue. So yeah, if there is one that's black, I think you could see one doing a black one. I could see doing a black one with some silver accent. Kind of seems like the way the Coyote's done. Yeah, Ford blue. Mm-hmm. Ford blue would be pretty interesting. Now, keeping in mind, there's really no way, I guess, as far as to get the exact color code for Ford motor blue. I think it would. I think it actually would. That's what I keep leaning more towards. Is doing a black engine block, heads, intake, all that good stuff, and then have silver accented parts like the exhaust manifolds and all that good stuff. I think that'd be cool. That'd be pretty wicked looking. I tend to disagree a little bit with that there, JB. I disagree with that a little bit. There's some things that Google is wrong on. Is that all that AI generated stuff? There's some stuff that's wrong on. I have called that crap out, I guess, as far as more times than I care to count. So you can't believe everything Google tells you. It can get it wrong. The information that's provided by Google is only good as the information it's fed. True story. I can't think of something in particular that I've called it out on of being incorrect, but it can definitely be wrong. Okay, we need a new one of those cam gears. That one's a good shape, but it's not 100%. We want to get it all 100%. Okay, so we need a new timing chain. Chain. Chain of Fool. There's another song. See? Song for every occasion. Some of these songs, I guess, as far as I mentioned, as far as like some people are like, I don't know that song. That probably shows my age a little bit. So we need some new harmonic balancer for those. Oh my god. Pretty much everything. Pretty much everything. Okay, so that doesn't need bolts on. Okay, cool. Need a bolt on a harmonic balancer. Sweet. Power string pump got that's reconditioned. Alternator's good. Yeah, so it knows mostly everything, but not everything. That's kind of like hyperbole. You know, kind of like the hyperbole. You know, some people know what hyperbole is. When you say, well, everyone's doing it, right? That doesn't mean absolutely everybody in the world is doing it, right? It's kind of that same kind of idea. So this ignition coil, that was repaired. We're going to need a new distributor. New fuel filter. What about the bandwagon? Yeah. If we're talking about everybody's doing it, I guess as far as, yeah, it can be a bandwagon. It can be, depending on what it is. It can be considered a bandwagon. I don't know, sometimes I wouldn't mind getting on the bandwagon, but I don't want to fall off the wagon. That's another thing. I don't want to fall off the wagon. So we need 2 of these. So it depends on which wagon we're talking about. If it's the bandwagon, that's probably a better one than falling off the wagon. Yeah. We got our bird catcher. That is not repairable. Let's get a new one. New bird catcher. Okay, so that's good. Top our engine off. That's the top end. We need a belt here. She's getting there. She's getting there slowly but surely. Yeah, that's what we used to call it back in the day, as bird catcher, because the birds would always get caught in it. Sometimes, you know, they get nested in there, I guess, as far as, and then they just catches the birds. Doesn't really hurt them, usually all that much. It's just a lot of air that comes through there. But yeah, picture as a birdhouse. You got the butterflies on there. The birds, some reason, I guess, as far as they find it a good home. It's a very coined term, I guess, as far as back in the good old days. Bird catcher. So no matter if you're actually flying down the strip, I guess, as far as the bird gets caught in there, they just like to nest in there. Yep. I've only heard it as a bird catcher, not so much a bug catcher. But yeah, you can catch the bugs in there too. Absolutely. Let's just get a new oil filter. Pretty much any type of flying object, really. Anything that's flying in the air, you know, June bugs, you know, mosquitoes, flies, birds. I mean, pretty much anything like that. Let's see. So this, we're gonna need to go to the electronics store for. Let's go to this store for that. Well, it depends on how big the UFOs are. If they're small enough, yeah, they can definitely probably fit in there. So we got our cap and plugs, clips. That one's pinned up right against the intake. There we go. And then we need a new fuel filter. Go back to the store for that. You know what? We need sparkulators. Let's get some sparkulators here first. Which one? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so if the UFOs are small enough, definitely. Yeah, we'll get that there in a second. So let's get 8 new sparkulators and some wires. And I'll finish off our ignition system. Love these types of engines. These engines here have always been super fun to work on, no matter in reality or even virtually. Okay, so we need a new flywheel for the back end. Wait a minute, I still need some wires. Get our wires first while we're still here at the electronics store. And that should be everything electrical. Good to go. Nice. Okay, now we can go back to this store and grab these items. Fuel filter, new flywheel. Make the engine a little bit more fly. So the clutch plate was probably reconditioned. Yep. Pressure plate, I need a new one, so they're not repairable. And then also a throw bearing. Don't get it confused. It's not the throw up bearing, it's the throw out bearing. Big difference. Big difference. Okay, so let's do that. That's our back end. Bottom end, front end. I think that one's other than the fuel filter. There we go. She is reconditioned. Throw out bearing. I was talking about the throw out bearing, so not to be confused with the throw up bearing. Big difference between a throw out and a throw up. Alright, let's see if we can get this engine. Actually, I want to fix up the front end on this thing first. Yeah. Oh, Jose, can you see? There's another song. Get this up in the air and we'll get the front end fixed up on it. Look at the stance on that. That's just crazy looking. It's so aggressive. You know, another thing I noticed on this Pinto car build, there's no DLC required. There isn't any DLC required that I've seen. I was taking a look at it in the editor before we bought these two trims, and from what I can tell, this requires no DLC. So I kind of got on that little bit of a soapbox about requiring so much DLC for a lot of cars instead of considering just putting non-DLC parts, I guess, as far as on the car. This is a perfect example, I think, of that. You know, if you don't build the part itself, I guess, as far as and put it in the modeling of the car, then at least don't make it required, I guess, as far as to have so much DLC. I think the F seats, I think, are drag DLC. I don't think they're necessarily Jaguar. And now that I think of it, though, yeah, that's about the only part. I think that's probably considered DLC is the seats. So I'd have to look at that again, I guess, as far as to see. But looking at it in the editor, they'll usually tell you which DLCs are required based on the parts that are applied to it, and there's nothing. So I don't know for sure, I guess, as far as if these seats for the F-Type are in the game by default, or if it's by the DLC, the drag DLC or the Jaguar DLC. I'm not sure how they got that set up there. All I know is when you go into the editor, it does not say it requires any DLC. Which I found interesting. I always tend to pay attention to... that's how I found out that one of the trims required the police DLC, and it was only for the steering wheel. It was just for the steering wheel. It's like, that didn't really scream to me, I guess, as far as to have to get that police DLC just to get that steering wheel for that. I think it was the IROC. The Camaro IROC, if I remember right. Yeah. Some of these mod creators, I guess, as far as they probably have all the DLC. There's just some DLCs I don't feel like we have to absolutely have. And we shouldn't be applying those to the build of the car. Like, if you want to put it on there, you know, if it's within a certain class of part, you know, as far as like seats and things like that, you should be able to do that, I guess, as far as if you have the DLC. But it shouldn't be at the level, a lot of cases, I guess, as far as the way the config is designed. It shouldn't be required in the config, initial config. It should be an option for the end user to be able to apply a DLC part. That's my own take on it. That's the approach I've been taking for the design of the Gen 2 Camaro. And, yeah. That's just my own feeling on it. Now, even this supercharged, this engine here does not require, I guess, as far as the drag DLC, for example. This one's available by default, I think, without it. Because even if you go into... We'll have to check this out in the editor. So if I bring up this car here, I don't think it... I've been confirming it over and over again just to make sure. This does not require any DLC with the way this one's built. That goes for all the trims of the Gen 2 Camaro. That's what I've tried to do anyway, so I don't want to have to force people have to get DLC. You know, if you've got it, you got it. Great. Go ahead and put whatever parts that you can that you want, but I don't want to have to require it. So let's fix up these parts here. We got some disc brakes we can machine. Cool. And let's repair these other parts. We're gonna need some new brake pads and all that stuff, as we know. So, yeah, we'll probably have to put new... I think it's got slicks. Has it got slicks on this? I think it's got slicks. We'll have to put new shoes on it. Let me get that other rotor. So, it's got the double wishbone suspension on the front, so we know we're going to need 12 rubber bushings. Get this other rotor on here. Alright, so we're going to need some new brake pads. This is all for the front. Okay, we need some wheel bearings. 2 of those. A couple of caps. This is rear wheel drive. Let's get some rubber bushings. Oh my, totally spelled that one wrong. Rubber bushings, thank you. We get 12 of those. Simple dozen. Okay, and then we're gonna need tie rod stuff. Those little tie rod stuff. All the particulars. We're gonna have to break down the shock assemblies. 2 of those. Then we're gonna need sway bar. Let's break down these shock assemblies. And these shock assemblies are even in good shape. Yeah, someone definitely took pretty good care of this car. We're gonna make it better though. Alright, so if we go into here, shock assembly, so we need 2 of those, and 2 caps. Alright. We can rebuild these. So 2 shocks. Shocking, I know. 2 those, and 2 of these. Wait, and then let's go join these parts. Now I know we need sway bar, end link, stuff like that. That's another song. I forget how that song goes, but yeah. Shocking and electrifying, yes, absolutely. Okay, so that we got the majority of the parts to get this front end put back together. I'm gonna have to look at that again as far as on the editor. Trying to think of how that song goes. Oh, I'll think of it. Yeah, we've been on that, you know, trying to figure out the different songs for just about every occasion. No matter if it's celebration or things like that. There seems to be a song for just about any given situation. I noticed on these are a little bit more straight up, so I don't know what kind of front end suspension that one is. Backer plates. Wheel hubs. All refurbished. Remachine the rotors. Okay, and then new pads. So, how many miles did we get in there so far? No, you said you could do a good 3-4 miles a day. That's a good amount of walking. Okay, so new pads. Okay, so get our wheel bearings in there. Packet full of grease, cap her off. All right. Can I get back over here, please? Thank you. Thank you. 4 all together, and you're still going? Pretty good, pretty decent amount of miles there. Just doing the walking. These boots are made for walking. Yeah, I already said that one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking forward to a lot nicer days as the month goes on. Mm-hmm. I'm done with these. We've been getting so many frost advisories, I guess, as far as in the evening. So it gets really cool down here. Not necessarily to freezing, but just super, super cold. So like upper 30s, lower 40s Fahrenheit. I'm over it. Well, farmers over here, I guess, as far as already been in the field, like I think I saw one of the fields earlier today on my bike ride, I guess, as far as they're actually planting. I don't know what they were planting. I couldn't tell if it was a drill or was a, yeah, so it depends on if it's corn or what have you. They were out on the field, they were actually planting. So, good sign. Good sign. Alright, so I think we're ready to deal. We're going to do that sway bar. Do the sway bars and end links. Get a new one of those because those are not repairable. Cool, and gets a couple new end links. Tie in all of our steering. Cool, let's get the other side, and then I think that'll finish up our front end next to getting the tires dealt with. Wheels and tires. There we go. Very nice. Okay, let's get them over there and get those broke down. And we got a raffle going on there. Get on that while it's hot. Build those fluids up. Round and round, round and... There's another song. Wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round. Yep. I didn't mean to make everybody dizzy. I got carried away. Alrighty then, so let's fix up the rims. And we'll probably put some new rubbers on these rims. Alright, so we need rims. Tires, so let's get 2 new ones of these. Yep, pretty skinny. 155 wide, 80 tall, 15 diameter. So yeah, pretty skinny and pretty specific, and they are slicks. There's some slicks. Very slick. Alright, let's go to the tire shop for those. 155, 80, 15. 15 inch. 2 of them for the front. 155 wide. Whoops. And 80 on the sidewall. Round, what's... Huh? What you talking about there? Sugar Babes? I don't think I heard of that group. There's a lot of remakes, I guess, as far as for songs. Round. I don't know which one that is. I never heard of that group. And, you know, like I said, I guess, as far as there's a lot of songs that are remade or done a cover of that kind of take away from the original. I tend to enjoy the originals in a lot of cases. There are some covers that I've not minded, I guess, as far as, but in a lot of cases too, I guess, as far as the originals are better. Let's get this one. Gotta have the balance on them. Must have the balance. All balance. Alright, so put these back on the front. I got all tucked up in it. Even with the tire off, like, that all tucked up to that is in the fender. Felt the tire on there. That's kind of wild. Very aggressive. Super aggressive. there's that side. Let's get this side. Alrighty then, there's the front end. Let's do the rear end while we're at it. Time for the rear end. Got drums on it. Okay. See, now if it was me, I would probably put more updated rear end on it and use disc brakes. I feel like disc brakes have a lot more holding power than drums. In my experience, at least anyway. Drums don't hold, they don't have as much holding power as far as disc brakes do. Oh wow. You can see the lift is actually clipping through the wheel. Very short wheelbase on these Pintos, that's for sure. Plus we got a very fat tire in here. Yeah, I think disc brake rear ends, I guess, as far as our they just hold a lot stronger, I guess, as far as in drums. Absolutely. I think that's why you see a lot of even newer cars have disc brakes instead of drums. Oh, you were saying that Richard Batman got the fluids out of that raffle? GG's? Yes, absolutely. What kind of drums? I don't know. Just brake drums. Just brake drums. I don't know how modular. I guess they're gonna make it in CMS 26 for disc brakes, but I have seen at least they have the 2-part caliper systems, I guess, as far as I know, which is pretty cool. I know I've mentioned that many times before. Yep. This break. Well, I was in a band. We haven't been playing as much as we used to, and this kind of IRL stuff gets in the way. And also the fact that I guess as far as it just costs so much, I guess, as far as to do a show. No matter if you've got your own equipment, be it PA system or not, you know, the travel time, especially now, right now, I guess as far as gas prices are ridiculous. Not that I want to get into that, but I mean, it's just like, it's just very expensive, I guess, as far as to do a show. And it's like if it doesn't pay very well, you know, to cover our costs, I guess as far as it's just kind of hard to do those. So we can machine our drones. Well, and that's all the more reason why I've gotten used to. I'm glad if it's going to happen at all, it's happening, you know, now that the weather's getting nice. Anywhere I need to go, just use my 2 feet or my bike. And if it's too far, I guess as far as to go on either 2 of those methods, then I guess I don't need to go. So I've gone pretty far on the bike, for sure. I've gone a good distance on the bike. I think the furthest I've ever gone on the bike is probably a good 20 to 25 miles, one direction. So it's not out of the realm of possibility to do that if I have to. Not out of the realm of possibility. Okay, so let's... Yep, pretty much. That's the attitude I have right now. Like if it's gonna require to have to take a car to get there, I don't need to go. That's just my attitude right now, because I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make it. Nope. I'm just no, thank you. Well, grocery store, yeah, I'll just buy things as... So, I'm in that mode right now where if I can fit... As long as I can fit it on the bike, I can strap it. I got a rack on the bike. If it can fit on the bike, it gets as far as then I do it that way. I don't buy a lot of groceries. I might buy just enough for either the week or what have you. I don't buy in surplus, I guess, as far as groceries. So, that's not even a problem for me. Doesn't necessarily require a car. it's just myself I got to worry about, right? So it's like it makes it easier in that regard. So we did get these springs on there. Let's get those. But yeah, most of the stuff that I can get groceries wise, I can strap them onto the bike. I have saddlebags as well as a rack, I guess, as far as to be able to strap that stuff to there. So, you know, and if whoa, I gotta replace those. Nope, I can't even trust use of Ubers anymore. Last time I took a Uber, and this was before the gas prices got really bad, just to go like a couple miles, I guess, as far as to go to the store, $50, both directions. Like, no, thank you. And I mean, I understand it. That's what they get. That's what they got to do. That's what they got to do. But, well, yeah, even that family member gets as far as has to pay for the gas. So, irregardless, one way or another, you know, if they're using a car, using gas, and I understand, I guess, as far as it costs a lot of money. It's just, no, I'm not. I guess I'm not feeding the pig, as I like to call it. I guess, as far as I've heard a couple other people mention it too. As far as it's nothing but greed, just based on the situations that are going on in the world today. I guess, as far as, and it's sickening. It's disgusting and sickening. I'm just gonna leave it at that. There's no reason for it, and I think it's just sickening. That's the only way I can put it. But it has given me the opportunity. Well, I go places. I just don't go as far as I would normally go. I guess, as far as having to use a car. That's all. I don't see that as a detriment. I really don't. Like I said, I can go if I apply myself, I guess, as far as I can go as far as 20-25 miles on the bike in one direction. Which I'm glad I have the ability to still do that. I know a lot of people don't, so they do have to rely on. So it does make me feel kind of bad for those that don't have a choice. I've got the choice, so I'm going to use that choice. My advantage while I have it. Because I don't take it for those types of things for granted. I've had to endure, I guess, as far as a lot of things that have put me out of the advantage of being able to do those things. Oh, wait a minute. Back that up. Crap. Thought I got those machined, did I not? Guess I didn't get that machine yet. Nope. Okay, so let's get that machined. Get that on the lathe. So I know I'm gonna need. I don't think I need any rubber bushings back here. Do I? Yep, I need 2 rubber bushings for those. Okay. Let's get 2 rubber bushings for these control arms. But even to do, you know, so we're doing working on the cars virtually, right? I've even taken the approach of just not, no, you didn't confuse me at all. I thought I had those done already, to be quite honest. I know I put the one on there, but I guess I didn't realize I didn't put the other one on there. And ain't nothing you did it wrong. I got confused over my own process here. But yeah, working on these cars virtually does give me some enjoyment of, you know, what it was like, I guess, as far as when things were less expensive. So the fact that we can do these types of things virtually, you can have fun that way. So we still got that one on the lathe. Yep. Get that rotor or that drum get off the lathe. Nice. Okay, let's get that on there. Yeah, this thing's cleaning up pretty nice. Hopefully we get this thing out of the red. That's my other concern. So I'm hoping by getting everything to 100% to be able to get this out of the red. So did I get everything strapped? That's all strapped on the wheel. Axle housing. Yep, we're good there. Awesome. So sorry, let's break these tires down. Do 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 do. Yeah, I think I would like to take a look again in here. So I'm pretty sure when I looked at this one here, it's like, I'll be dang. It does not require any DLC. And I think that's strong statement there, I guess, as far as, you know, so stuff like this that's built into the model of the card stuff instead of it needing required as a bonus part. But I see the advantages with having a bonus part. So like if you're noticing cars that don't have it built into there and you want to put certain parts in there, bonus parts I can see can be very useful. I might need to look into it more and see how what is required for that, because I find it pretty crazy, I guess, as far as there's certain parts that aren't created yet as a bonus part. That is kind of crazy to me. So the fact that we have certain items but not others. Is it that difficult, I guess, as far as to create the bonus parts? That's what it makes me tend to think of. So let's go. We need 350. We need this one here. That's the wider. That's the beefy boy. Let's go to the tire shop for those. 315, 55, 14. Okay. 14 inch. A little bit narrower on the diameter on the 55 on the sidewall. 315 wide. Oh, there should be, absolutely. So two. Ooh, good chunk of money's for these big meats in the back. 4,500. Holy smokes! All right, we gotta have them. Here we go. All right, let's get those put back together. I'm trying to remember what size I made these here on our drag Camaro. These are. Yeah, I can put that on the list here. So it's a 325 50 15. It was a little bit different. I want to get an idea of what that one was. Okay, 325 wide. So these are 315 wide. Okay, so pretty similar. Just want to get an idea on that. So let's put that off the list. We don't need that on the list. Whoop. There we go. Yeah. So if I was to put these on my drag Camaro, the sidewall would be a little bit taller. Yeah. And they actually might... Yeah, it's only 315 wide. So, I don't know. Those would probably fit, actually, without clipping too much into the fender and such. Other than the sidewall, I guess, as far as being a little taller. Let's see. These together. Balance this one. Must have the balance. Give me the balance. Okay, so now put those back on there. So we still got to do fuel tank and fuel pump. Getting down to that nitty gritty, being able to get that engine back in here that we completely refurbished. What's going on there, Wild Warhorse? Yeah, pretty cool one, huh? Pretty cool one. We got our Pro Stock Pinto. Okay, let's fix up the fuel pump. Yeah, pretty slick, I guess, as far as this Pro Street Pinto. Okay, so fuel pump's good. So we have to get a new fuel tank because those are not repairable. Ooh. Okay, so let's get a new fuel tank. Go back to this store. Yeah, this is definitely a mod. It's been made available on the Steam Workshop just over the weekend. We saw that one, I guess, as far as when we had to try it out. See what was going on with it. Alright, cool. So that's all good to go here. So let's get this engine back in here. She cleaned up pretty nice so far. Just out of curiosity, though, are we out of the hole? So let's try to get that engine back in there and see where we're at. Take that one off. Or lift. That in there. Install. 100% green build on that. Okay, let's get the bottom end buttoned up. I got a feeling this one's not going to get entirely out of the hole. I got a feeling. I got a bad feeling. I think we paid way more than we wanted to on this one. And it's definitely been a while that we've had to take a hit like that from the auction. So starters refurbished. Cool. Let's get our drive shaft back in. Cool. Exhaust. Let's get some new exhaust. Well, we're gonna put the muffler bearings in right now. Yep. Now that you mentioned that, muffler bearings goes in right now. So we got 2 of these. Working on the mufflers right now. And then we'll get to put the fluids in. To include that blinker fluid. Okay. Bottom end's all buttoned up. Let's see what shape we're in now. I think we're still in the hole. Nope. Now we're good. Now we got the engine in there. That's a lot better. Much better. I guess as far as we're out of the hole, having the engine and the bottom end in there. I feel it better now. I feel like we did good on this one. Alright, let's get some fluids into it. Let's get some fluids in it. All the motor honey and all that good stuff. Nope, but it was a pretty big hit, I guess, as far as before we got it all fixed up, that's for sure. Okay, so that should be... Ooh, okay, one thing I don't like, again. So the cherry juice container... the cherry juice containers clips to the engine. Ooh, okay, I may have to make a note of that. So that can be moved. That can definitely be moved over. Alright, so... Good to know, good to know. So other than the tires, I guess as far as they clip through the fender wells, we could probably make those a little less wide, or even move them out a little bit, I guess as far as to get that clip out of it. We got room in the fender wells to do that for sure. For sure. Okay, so just taking some notes on that. Just taking some notes on it. So rest of the fluids, let's do cherry juice. You could probably even leave this completely off. Quite honestly, too. You could probably leave that cherry juice container right off. But even just to move it, yeah, that's definitely clipping into the engine. Pretty bad. Now, I am sure that... Can't even see the looking glass. I think it's full. That makes it kind of hard to read that. I'm pretty sure, if I had to guess, this one's moved over here for the Coyote. Yeah, I pointed that out earlier there, Jackdaw, about that. It's so hard not to have that happen. Especially when you're putting certain types of parts together. It's almost impossible for this type of stuff not to clip. I mean, not that it is entirely impossible, but it's just hard not for them to. Some of these parts just don't play nice together. So in an effort, I guess, as far as to have something applied to a car that isn't necessarily normal for it, yeah, it's kind of hard to do that. So these types of cars only had like an inline 4 or an inline 6 applied to them, you know, back in the day. So they didn't necessarily require certain how would you say things in the engine bay as far as to accommodate that. But yeah, this can definitely be adjusted. This is not a problem there. Now, as far as being able to fix the downpipes on this one here, probably not as much. Probably not as much. I mean, you'd have to probably scale down the engine quite a bit to make sure that it entirely clears, I guess, as far as the subframe. So, I think this is a pretty decent job to get that size of engines, because if I had to guess without looking at it, they probably kept this at around a 1, maybe a 1.1. You would probably have to get it down below 1 to get that, make sure, and that would make the engine look too small in the engine bay. So this engine here, for this type of build, I guess as far as you want it to be chunky, you know, being this this type here. Now, I think this type of car too probably had the dual distributor probably set up, you know, for the ignition system, the MSD, all that good stuff. Obviously, we're missing a lot of that. Just trying to use as much as what the game can provide by default. I think this is pretty good based on what is available in the game. But yeah, definitely some things can be adjusted like this here. So if I had to consider, I guess, as far as the fact that this one, if the creator took the inline 6 or the inline 4 that would normally come into this one here, they probably just didn't move this once they put that engine in there. It's an easy oversight. I've done it myself, so I can't really fault that too much. Let's get the bug juice in here. The fact that it is a very simple fix, not that hard of a fix. I've tried to show enough, I guess, as far as of how easily usable, I guess, as far as the editor is, if you see something a little bit off. Now, the other thing is, too, with this particular mod, I guess, as far as for the Pinto, it has like 22 configs with it already, because it covers a wide range, I guess, as far as of the Pinto's era. Some of those trims, I feel it's like, why? But I kind of get it, what they were trying to do, I guess, as far as just to kind of depict that short run of the Pinto that there was. So the Pinto only lasted, I guess, as far as like 3 or 4 model years. Not a very long run, I guess, as far as for it, like some other models. And for probably good reason, I guess, as far as why it kind of failed. Lots of reports. I remember back in the day, I guess, as far as a lot of rear end collisions that caused huge explosions. I guess, as far as on these types of cars, because there's not a whole lot to the rear end. I mean, the fact that the gas tank is like right there. That was one of the major flaws, I guess, as far as with the design of the Pinto, which only allowed it for that short run of time. Do we get all the fluids in there? So motor honey. Got to check the motor honey and make sure we got adequate motor honey. Oh, it's doing that thing. Go this way. Oh my god. I want to let me check the oil. There we go. Check the oil. Okay, adequate oil. We need Gatorade juice in this here. That's right. Got the old school radiator in it. And I think that should be all the fluids. That'll do it for all the fluids. Alrighty then. So we are ready to check and see. Let's see if she runs. See if she starts. She's a runner. I missed the... Yeah, I think we got all the fluids. Yeah, we got that one there. We got the brake juice. That. Yeah, that's all the fluids. Good. Alright, so she's a runner. Let's check her status. We have 100% all the way around. Beautiful. Alright, we got to get some alignments done to this thing. Get it over to the test path. Get her alignments in there, man. She cleaned up pretty good. I mean, she looked pretty good to begin with, I guess, as far as, but she's even better. Back to we're out of the red, too. Oh, speaking of red, get this out of the red. Needs a little bit of tweaking on the suspension. There we go. So that's all good to go. So it does have no blackouts or headlight deletes, I guess, as far as on this one here. Whether or not this car actually had deletes on the headlights, I don't know. Yeah. Well, this one we don't have to apply. You just go ahead and do it, and then just close it out, and then it automatically applies. So some things in here, I guess, as far as actually having applies, some things don't. So we'll get this one aligned. Gotta go down. This one's a little too high up in here. That one's good. That one, just close it out. Oops, I gotta get the right side. That one's too far down. So you can use these arrows, which I think is kind of cool with the way this one's designed, is you can use the arrow keys on your keyboard and or controller, or you can just use the arrows here. So it's very versatile. I like the way they did that. Alright, so we got the alignments done. Now we just need to get this over to the dyno. Let's see if we can get all that base horsepower, since we got it all nice and fixed up there. So, yeah, you definitely got over 4 miles, I think you said. Alright, we gotta get over to the noisy room. Let's get over to the noisy room. Watch your ears. So we're the relatively high end of the Class A. Yeah, she's definitely a screamer. So we got all the base horsepower. We're about, actually, now that I think of it, we're about mid-grade Class A. Because obviously the max is 9,999. So not bad for no performance parts on it. Not bad at all for no performance parts. So let's take this over to the strip. And let's stick her rip it down on the strip. Rip on the strip. Drive it. Drag strip. Oops. Yeah, I think we're going to build a completely separate engine and do it all performance. Right. And then the high end is $999. Right. So we're about mid. Somewhere mid on that one there. So cool. Let's try the quarter mile. Ooh, we get to go against a Restamod Cruiser Chevy Bel Air. A little bit of tuning, sport. We got the slicks on it. Got a little bit more rating to it. Let's see what we can do against this Bel Air. Chevy versus Ford. Talk about rival cars. Oh, this looks pretty cool. I liked all this. Nice. You can see the roll bars, I guess, as far as going across the windshield too. Nice. Wait, is something dragging? What the heck? Something dragging? What the heck is all that noise? What is up with that noise? Ooh, man, that's nasty. I don't know what all that noise is. That's what I'm saying. No, we wouldn't be able to drive the car if we didn't have all that stuff on there. I wonder what's rubbing. Something's rubbing on this thing. I want to know if it's the tires. Yeah, something's rubbing on this thing. It's like maybe too low. I have to check that out. That's kind of wild. Let's try another one here. Let's do this turbo. Yeah, I don't know what's making that noise. I think it's might be the front end just digging in. Might be plowing into the ground too much. I'm not really sure. Oh, that's nasty. Wow, that is nasty. Yeah, so if I had to guess, let's head this back to the house. I'm thinking maybe the nose is just plowing into the ground too much. I'm not really sure. That's nasty though. That's what I'm thinking. I think overall this might be too low to the ground. Maybe just too low to the ground. Let's go ahead and check this out a little bit closer. Let's see what's going on here. So I think that's also keeping it from actually getting a good launch off of that. I think it just might be a little bit too low. So what I would probably entertain here, I was going to go into the editor anyway. See if we can create our own config for this, I guess, as far as to see what's going on with it. I wouldn't mess with this config. Definitely on the front. So what I was thinking that's making all the noises, it's rubbing on the body here, because these cars, I don't know how the collider is done for that. If it's dragging the collider, I guess as far as on it being that low, I think that might be why it's doing that. I'm just speaking from my own experience. But anyway, let's get this back over to lift. Part of me wants to just edit this one here. I'll back up, I guess, as far as the original and just see what that does. And then that'll kind of determine if that's what's going on with it. What I'm going to do, we're going to save this progress. Got all this stuff here. I could probably just sell most of all this. Is all yellow or green. Nothing to scrap. Alright, so let's go ahead and sell all this stuff. Whoop. There we go. Clear that out. Save our progress. And let's jump out of this. Alright, so first thing I want to do is actually check it out in the editor. Editor music here, and redetermine what this needs DLC wise. So you can see down in here it doesn't show any DLC required for this config. So for the Pro stock, so it does require the Jaguar DLC for this one. So that would confirm whether or not, I guess, as far as yeah, so it does require the Jaguar DLC with the F-Type. I don't remember this showing up before, so it might have been just... but there's a lot of trims for this Pinto. Covers a lot of the era for that, I think from 71 to 73. Something like that. So there's a lot of trims. 3 different drift cars. I don't know what this one's all about. Majority of these cars, though, do not require any DLC. As you can see, it'll put it over here. This is a pretty wicked looking car. Racer Walsh Company. Oh, it's got the big fog lights in the front. That's wild. Got a different type of roll cage in this one. This one has, what has this got in here engine wise? Inline 4. Interesting. That's the only swap that's available for that one. So yeah, it does. So just to conclude, this one does require the Jaguar DLC for the seats at least. So here's the V8 swap. This also has a Coyote. So no matter if you go Resto Mod or this one, I think they both. Well, this one's got the. I think you can put the Coyote in it though. This one starts off with the Cobra Jet, and I think it does have the option to put the Coyote in it too. Let's see here for a second. If I do remember right, this one did have the Coyote. Or maybe not. Maybe this wasn't the trim. Maybe it was the Resto Mod is the only one that had it. So kind of neat the way they did this one, I guess, as far as to have this one be the old school, relatively old school engine, and this one for V8 swap, and then the Resto Mod that allows for the Coyote engine. Lots of trims in there. Okay, anywho, so what I want to do, I want to back up that config for. I'm going to get the name of this really quick. So it's the Bob Glidden Pro Stock. Okay. Let's jump out of here real quick. And hold please while I find out where that's at. So it'll be in the Steam Workshop. It'll be one of the last ones that I did here. Get to the right area. Whoop. Okay, so being in the right mod folder gets as far as for that. Nope. I'm just gonna dive into see. Look at all the configs for this one. 23 different configs for that one mod. So we got to find the pro stock one. Whoop, that's the wrong one. Need this one. That one's one of the drift cars. Okay. Need looking for that pro stock. That's the drift 2. I don't know why there's so many drift cars of it, but okay. That's the IMSA one. We saw that one in the editor. Need the pro stock. Here's the rest of the mod. Here's the Bob Glidden pro stock. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull this one out. Put that in there for safekeeping. So we'll copy this. I'll paste it over here. Safekeeping. And I'm going to edit this one. So since we already got that, so we don't have to go through the motions of having to reacquire that car. Okay, so what we'll do, we're going to open that one back in, and we're going to edit this one now that I got that pulled to the side. Let's relaunch in the editor. See what we got here. So what I'm mainly gonna mess around with is just the height of that pro stock. So this one here, I'm gonna try and get it so that it's not quite so dug into the ground on the front end. And just see what if my conclusion is correct. So what we'll do is go to suspension. And let's do height front. I'm going to lift this up a little bit. Now, I'm not going to worry too much about things not 100% lined up here. I just want to conclude as to whether or not that's going to fix that dragging when you take it to the drag strip. So 2030 was that. So we're going to lift this up. Not quite that high. Make it reasonable. 1.5. Let's do like a 1.8, something like that. 1.85. Try a 1.9. Just something that it's not quite so extreme. Okay, so just to lift that up, so it's not dragging. It can go. So what's 2.28? What's 3? Let's try it something like that. Not quite so low. Alright, we're going to save it that way. I'm going to try a couple different things on this just to see if it does take away that whatever it is making it drag. I feel like it's a little bit too low in the front end. Okay, so let's save that one. We'll go back into the game and check it out. I mean, the creator of this this trim, this config was trying to depict, I guess, as far as close as the actual car was. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all. And they probably did a good job on that. I haven't looked at it directly to see how the stance was on that car in reality. All right, let's go into our play game, and we already have this car acquired. That's why that change to that configuration should automatically show up. Okay, let's see what we got here. So the first thing we'll do with that car is just take it right to the drag strip and see if it still does that. And if it still does, obviously we got something else going on with it. Alright, so just to confirm. Yep, she's not quite as much on the ground on the front end. Now, probably got some parts here that are not. So. Okay, so I don't have anything clipping through there, just double checking here. I think that wouldn't be that hard to do, I guess, if I were just to raise it up like so. Should be alright. I don't think... I'll put this up on the lifter. Did that throw the drive shaft on that out of whack? Let me see here. No, that should have changed the orientation of the engine. Nope, I think we're pretty good. So the only thing it did... Wait a minute, hold on. Ooh, okay, so I can already see the other problem here. I would probably want to fix this so that this is not clipping through the oil pan. Man, it's so hard, I guess, as far as to match up different suspensions and such, I guess, as far as to get it that proper look. Ooh, I didn't realize that. That's another part that clips. Anyway, so I'm not worried about that right now. I just want to see if we can get that noise care for that. I feel like there's enough room on this one here where you could probably move it backwards. Probably shorten up the drive shaft, I guess, as far as to get that to clear. Totally, I think you could. The way that oil pan is, you could probably adjust that just a little bit. I think there's room for adjustment on that. Alright, let's go check this out at the strip and just see what we got here. Let's take her over there and try her out. Big strip. She's still tuned, I guess, as far as any, or not tuned, but I mean, she's rated. We took her to the dyno. Alrighty then, let's try her now and see what she does. So we got that Restomod Bel Air again. It's got a little bit more tuning than he did last time. Alright, wants another piece of us. So if it still drags, and then we know it's something else. That's what it was. That's what it was. That front end was dragging. So it still does kind of drag there right at the end, but for the most part, yeah, it's not dragging as much. The wheelie bar doesn't have any collision to it though. That's the only difference. So yeah, I think it's more on the front end. So the fact that I moved that up, we only got that little bit of noise at the very end there when we put the brakes on. When we're slowing down, and it shifted all that. So yeah, I think it was definitely the front end. Now, with all that being said, I guess as far as the fact that we can get 11 seconds on this car, no tuning. Let's try another one here. Try our V10 Special. This one is fast. It's got that Porsche Carrera GT engine in there. It won't surprise me if this beats us. Yep, there she goes. See when it plows the nose, because it's still kind of low there, as far as it does tend to dig when it's slowing down. That's kind of funny actually. But the fact that you can still rip it down the strip pretty consistently, you get about low 11s. Let's try one more. Let's try the Restomod C1. I think we kind of fixed that problem, I guess, as far as a little bit. I can see some things that we can definitely adjust on this on this Pro Street. See, she doesn't start doing that, I guess, as far as until you slow down at the end. I mean, I'm not going to worry about that. I mean, it's just the fact that the car probably sits low to the ground. That's what you want on a drag car, but I guess she can rip down the strip. So yeah, we're consistently low 11s. I think we figured out that issue. Nice. Okay, so let's head this back to the house. Now, I can appreciate, too, I guess, as far as the way the creator was trying to just depict the way the car sits, I guess, as far as in reality. Sometimes you have to kind of adjust it more than you would like to, I guess, as far as just so that the game doesn't get angry with it. That's the only problem. So if it's not car parts, I guess as far as that clip, you know, trying to get those to work, or parts dragging because you want to have a certain stance on the car, I guess as far as sometimes you gotta adjust those a little bit. Quite honestly, I don't feel like that was a bad move, I guess, as far as just move that up a little bit. So a couple things I would consider with our own config on this is obviously I want to fix this. See if we can adjust the engine so that it does not clip through the steering rack, which I think you could do. I guess as far as you could just shove it back. That would probably require, I guess, as far as to shorten the drive shaft length, because you'd have to move the engine back. It's not a big issue. Okay, so just a couple things. We'll move this over. Obviously the suspension up, I guess, as far as to keep that from dragging. So what I want to do is take a look in the editor again, I guess, as far as just to see what is possible in that config. I think that's definitely doable. Let's go ahead and save this progress. Yep, we already saved it, so we're good. Let's head back into the editor and see what else we can do with this one. And we need a little editor music. Alright, let's load up that same config for the Pro stock. Cool. Now, front end's pretty well good there. Let's open up the hood. So, first thing I want to deal with, moving this guy over. Even like that, so as long as you can see the looking glass there. We got a little bit of room there. Oh, it is clipping through there, okay. So the other thing you could probably consider is just you could take it completely out. I think I might move this forward, actually. Move it this way. There we go. So the power steering pump is actually right there anyway, so that would probably work better there than where it was. Okay. So just some things I'm just seeing what we can adjust on it. So we would have to move the engine backwards. So we can remove this clipping on steering rack. Okay, let me see how much room we got. We try to get that to line up pretty good. I'll give them that. So that's, so if we can move that, actually we'd have to go up and back. Actually up and forward. Yeah, so up and forward. So let's go to the engine. So let's do that. Ooh, okay, so that's gonna be Y is gonna be up and down. That's 489. Yeah, we want to move this up, so let's go 41. Something like that. God, this is so tough, I guess, as far as to get things to play nice. Been here too many times. I'm gonna move it up a little bit so it'll be up. Try 415. 7. I don't want it to clip through the hood, that's the other thing. Trying to see if I need to move it back. That's a little bit better. Okay, so does this clip to the hood? I want to see that. If it clips to the hood, that's bad. Move that up. Okay. Nope, that's good there. What else are we looking here? Okay, still fitting kind of tidy. Rest of it here. How does that oil filter look? It's actually not too bad. You could probably move. Ooh, man, it's so close, so close. If we move the engine forward, that would be on the Z. This would have to go 5. Just a little bit at a time. Sometimes a little bit is a lot. Move it up a little more. Okay. Wait, did that readjust there? 7. Okay, something like that. Okay, I can dig that. Okay, how are we looking on the radiator? Okay, so the fan's still away from that. That's cool. Now what that probably did is it probably have to adjust the drive shaft. Can't even see that. Yep, so definitely the downpipe. Get that? Crap, the downpipe. Where's the downpipe at? There's the downpipe right there. So that'll be on the Y. If I can grab the... where's that at? Right there. Okay, so we did move it forward a little bit too, yeah. About there. That's about right. Now I'm trying to get a good look at the drive shaft, so I might have to turn the body off for that. So as long as it's not clipping through here. It's clipping through here, but that is behind the console. That's even with moving the engine forward, so that must have been clipping through that, I guess, as far as even prior. That's a modeling thing there. I'm not even really too concerned about that one. Don't see that quite that much. Let's turn the body off. See how this drive shaft is. Yep, so she does need a little bit of adjustment. When we moved it up and forward on the engine. Yeah, what was the scale on the engine itself? So it is at a 1.1, which what I was thinking. So if we were to put this less than 1 in an effort to try to get these not to clip, I think that would make it too small of an engine. So just out of curiosity. Yeah, so that would make the engine look too small here to do that. So 1-1 was probably good. You can see that difference between a 1-1 and a 1. Kind of shrinks it down a little too much, I feel. Leave it right there. Now, the other thing we could probably adjust if we wanted to is the track on the front tires. To kind of widen up the stance, I guess, as far as on the subframe. That could be another option. This muffler line up. Let's go into parts. Yep, I think we gotta move this forward. Forward and up. So just taking a look to see the stuff that we would have to adjust on this. Yeah, do all that. So which one was that? Was that this one? That's the other one. Where's the other exhaust? Here's the other one. So we want to get the Y on this one. Copy that value up to this one. Yep, get that up, and then on the Z, I don't know why they got these so far apart. Huh, it's kind of interesting. I don't know why those are so far apart. On the Z, copy that guy. Normally these wouldn't be so far apart. Okay. Oh, that might be a little too far apart. Huh, wonder why that one's so much further. Oh, you know what? I didn't move this. Wait, that should have moved. Hold on. I don't think there's really a whole lot you can do about the downpipes clipping into that, other than to adjust the front track. In fact, we can probably look at that just to see. So if we go front track, it would be this one. We'd probably try to widen that. Now we don't want to go too wide. Make it really wicked looking in the front. So let's see if we adjust this one. We'd have to go higher, so we'll go right 350. You'd have to go pretty high in order to get that to not downpipes not to clip. So by super high, we'd have to go probably like a 1.5. Ooh, yeah, that makes it a lot worse. Yeah, that changes all that uniform scale. It screws up everything else. That puts that all back. All that change that we did on the engine, and then the way it looks on the body. Oops. Turn that back on there. Yeah, that looks like crap. So yeah, that's not much we can do about the downpipes in an effort, I guess, as far as to make that look better. So let me put that back to an suspension. So that front track was on 1.3. So this one right here, that'd be a more funny car kind of look. And we don't want that. We don't want that. That back to 1.3. Let's see here. So let's go body off. Yep, I think that's the best we can get that with that that type of subframe. Just some parts don't like to play nice together. That's the only downside. Alright, so I think I gotta readjust this guy. And move it up and such. Come on. Yeah, it's clipping into the spark plug wires. That over. Okay, turn the body back on. Ah, no. Okay. I'm half tempted to just take this thing right out. I'm half tempted to do that. It's gonna clip into the fender here, I guess, as far as. Yep, we'll see the bottom of it's clipping through the fender. Either we clip through part of the engine or the fender itself. Okay. What's the scale on this? Scale any? So that is power steering. This is at a 1. At a 1. Just out of curiosity, if I bring this down just a skosh on the scale. Okay, that might work. That could work. Okay, we can do that. I think that could work. Okay, was there anything that was else I was out of alignment? So power steering in there. We'll have to readjust that drive shaft. So let's do that. Yep, just adjust that drive shaft. So this basically on the pitch of that. So if we select the drive shaft. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Got it on the seat. So where's... There we go. Drive shaft. Boom. Okay, so what we need to do is that Z rotation. Wait a minute. 130. 270. Why is that not... Is that moving at all? Hold on a minute. There we go. 0.2. That's what I wanted. Higher. Probably 6.3. Try something like that. Cool. Body back on. Yeah, so this was clipping in here even previously, I guess, as far as to adjusting the engine a little bit forward. But I feel the fact that it's behind that console like that, it's not really that much of an issue. I mean, you could probably remodel that, so I didn't do that. For sure. I'll tell it that. But just to make sure the engine's not clipping. That hood back down. Yep, that seems pretty good. Nice. Well, those are some just some mild changes that could be done to it. Now, as far as this car part, we can't really adjust that. Now, another thing I could do while I'm thinking of that is if we so open up the back end, we could narrow, or I should say, change the track of the rear tires. We got a little bit of room here, I guess, as far as to do that. Try that for a second. So that would be on the rear track. Let's see what we got here. Rear track. Here. We want to make this number higher. I'd have to go up quite a bit. So it is 1.3 in the front. Okay. 5, 4. Okay, hold on. So let's do 3, 8, 5. Almost out of there. So 9. Ooh, that's close. 9, 5. It's just about out. Okay, so probably I have to go something like that in order to. That definitely doesn't look good that way. Without changing the thickness of the tire, like the width of it. Yeah, definitely have to make it less wide in order to make that work. So really it comes down to the modeling of this car to get the make the wheel wells a little bit deeper, a little bit wider as far as to accommodate that fat of a tire. And I understand there are bonus parts to get as far as to fix that problem. I'm only talking about the modeling of the car. You could definitely make this a special body, I guess, as far as to accommodate beefier tires in the back. So to accommodate what is here, we could change the rear width of the tire. What do we got here? So if we go, where's my tire width? There, front blade wheelbase. Oh, those are at the. Okay, where are my? Oh, gotta go to wheels, dummy. Okay, so front ones are fine. Let's adjust this width. We'd have to make these less wide, which I don't think realistically would be. Going less than 300 millimeters on a drag tire is usually not ideal. So if we were to go 300, for example, 295, 290. That's probably a little bit more reasonable. Right, 275. Definitely have to make them a little bit less chunky, but we could go something like that. Which would also allow us, by narrowing the width of the tires, to bring the track back in a little bit. That's the other thing you can do. So let's go back to the suspension. We did put it at a 13950. Less than that. Okay, so if we can go 38, 376, 5, 4, 3. Okay, so 3, 5. Probably about a 3, 4. There we go. You do that. Something like that. A little bit more manageable for that, so it's not flipping into the trunk, as well as just give it that proper clearance there. Interesting how that wheelie bar works. Kind of made a little bit more generic, I guess, as far as to apply to probably different car configs. Doesn't really attach to anything, but just the fact that it's there. Okay. So these are some of the changes we'd have to make, I guess, as far as to make that just some minor tweaks. Okay, so we adjusted the drive shaft. And I'm going to see if we're still good here. Yep, I guess that's still pretty decent there. Got kind of a wicked pitch on it, I guess, as far as, so I guess that's understandable. Yep. Cool. Alright. So, those are just some mild changes that have to be made there, just to kind of tweak on that a little bit. Yo, what's going on there, WC Gamer? And we're going to go ahead and save this. I'm going to make sure I back this config up there, so if we did want to create our own config for this, I guess as far as we'll have it with these modifications. So as not to step on the original config. Okay, so that's good there. Let's go back into the game and check it out. Let's go check her out. Still got that Restomod one, I guess, as far as to play around with too. Ooh. Alright, let's load our gameplay up back up here. Now, the fact that we still got this car acquired and these changes we applied to it, that should we should be able to see those changes applied. So unlike having totally brand new configuration where we'd have to actually look for that car, try to eliminate that a little bit, just to test some things out. Alrighty then, so all these changes, so yep, so we got our berry juice container there. That's good. Still got clearance, I guess, as far as with the radiator fan and the radiator. Cool. One thing I forgot to look at, so drive shaft still good. Cool, 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 cool. How did we do on... Yeah, when you show up late. Let's see how we did on the bottom end there. So let's get it up on the lift. Let's get a better look at it. It looks pretty good, so from what I can tell. Did have to change the width of the rear tires there a little bit so that they didn't clip into the trunk, and also the rear track. I still think it looks pretty good. Let's get it all the way up on the lift. Okay, let's see how she looks here. So other than the downpipes, which we already pointed out, kind of hard, I guess, as far as not to have those clip, based on the suspension parts, which are separate. We'd have to scale that way down, I guess, as far as to make that possible, which is just makes it look too unrealistic there. Scaling it down. Let's see, how did we do here? Oh, that's hard to tell. I think it's better. So it's not clipping through the oil pan quite as much as it was. Yeah, I think that's probably feasible. It's not perfect. I'll give it that, but it's definitely not as bad. Definitely not as bad. So cool. I like it. Definitely a little bit of an improvement on it. Now, what I'm still considering on this one here is to actually build a totally performance engine. I guess as far as we talked about the color of it, and I think that's what we're gonna do next. We're gonna try and build a totally performance stout engine for this this deal. Pistons, heads, all that good stuff. So what we're gonna do, and I think that's the only config we can put into this too, just to confirm. That's the only engine we can put in there, which is fine. That works out. Okay, let's go ahead and build ourselves. I don't think I have one built already, which it wouldn't matter because we want to put the performance parts on it anyway. So if we go here, got these two I still got to rebuild. We got no supercharged HVs. Okay, no problem. What we're going to do is go create engine, find that engine, and he is, whoops, I passed it, right here. Create engine, thank you. We're going to go ahead and build this. So whatever parts we do have in the warehouse, we'll use them, of course. If we don't, we'll just go ahead and buy it. Engine block for starters. So crank. Now we can't get a performance crank. That's just going to be standard. The other thing I guess I wanted to do is paint the engine block. Yeah, we wanted to paint the engine block. So let's take this one off of there. Take it off, yeah. Let's paint the engine block. We're gonna do it black. I think that'll look pretty cool with that. Special performance engine for that Pinto. So we can't paint that? Wait a minute, why is it showing the whole engine? Can't paint the block? Of course, I can't remember the last time. Yeah, I've done that before. I've done that totally on my Z28. Hold on a minute. So we still got that engine in there. Why is it showing the whole engine? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why is it showing the whole engine? What the? Yeah, that's just the engine block. That's weird. Yeah, that should be just the engine block. Hold on a minute. So let's try that again. Why is... Yeah, I'm trying to understand why it's showing the whole engine. It should only be the block. What the world? Okay, hold on a minute. Let's do this. Yeah, I don't understand that. That shouldn't be doing that. But what's this engine? This engine block is V8 OHV. I'm gonna try and buy it a different way instead of from the stand. Let's go here. Engine. So we'll do OHV. Let's buy it this way instead. Let's see if that changes things. I know for sure that I've painted engine blocks. I've done that on the Gen 2 Camaro Z28, amongst the other ones. That's weird. Okay, so the fact that I tried to buy it from the engine stand, basically, to put it on the stand to create it, I had to buy it separately from the store, not necessarily from the stand, so that makes it an option there. Wild. Okay, anyway, we're gonna do this black. Jet black. That'll be cool. We'll do that the same for like the heads and all that too. Ooh. Okay, so that means I'm gonna have. So that one's still on the stand, right? That's still on the stand. Yep. Well, this one I'm just gonna sell. Let's take this one. Oh shoot, how am I gonna do this? So hold on a minute. So I'm gonna put this one away first. I mean, this one does have the black on it, so I'll be able to tell which one's what. Okay, so that's fine. I'll be able to tell which different. So this one, that. Bro, what are you doing? Oh my god, what the heck, bro? Won't give me the option to part install. What's going on here? Bro. What is happening? Hold on. I got the block, and there's that one there. Okay, hold on. I want to give me the option to install part. Oh my god, what is going on here? It won't give me the option to install the part. Okay, hold on a minute. I might have to come back, close the game and come back in. It's not giving me that option. So I would normally get the hologram for it. Okay, let's try and recreate this to see what that does. This, great. We already have the block, so I think we're good there. There we go. Now we should be able to apply this end. There we go. That'll work. Jeez, oh, Pete, being so stubborn. Alright, so camshaft. That one we can get performance. We'll get a performance cam. So picky. So I don't know. Should we go 3-star on these? I think we should go 3-star on the parts too, to get all the horsepower that we can. I think we will do that. We'll do that. Crank is not going to be performance, so we'll go ahead and put that in. Oh, I didn't buy it yet. Okay, hold on. Buy our crankshaft. I know it's so annoying though. Like it just wants to do its own thing. So we're gonna get performance pistons. Yep, performance pistons. Let's go back to here. Da, 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 da. Yeah, ATS does that to me a lot. Well, probably too much. So we can get these, but the standard pistons, rings, so I guess the first one. Yeah. So we can't get any piston rings. Right, so it's just the pistons. Okay, cool. Go back to this store and get the rings. Put the rings on it. Nope, just standard piston rings. Okay. That's about it for those performance parts. So we can get a performance power steering pump and alternator, or the tune shop for those. Get everything tuned that we can. So power steering pump, yeah. Alternator, yeah. Oil, yeah. Fuel filter, yeah. Flywheel, definitely. That's going to be standard on the oil filter. Okay, cool. So let's get these parts to a 3-star and get those put on. No performance block. The only thing we can do to make it performance is just to paint it. That's why I wanted to get that. So there's no performance block. All the other parts like the pistons, stuff like that. So even the crank you can't get a performance. Heads you can do performance. So yeah, there's certain parts you can't do performance. Get these all to 3-star. I figure we got the scrap points, so why not? Now these we don't need to, because that's all it's going to do is change the value. That's not going to change the performance value of it. On the rings. Did I... Wait, did I not get the piston rings? Or the pistons themselves? Oh, I need to get these to a 3-star as well. Okay, cool. I missed doing those. My bad, my bad, my bad. Got ahead of myself. Go back here, so we should have some pistons. There we go. Two different ways you can use those stars. You just increase the value. I like to use them more for just increasing the performance tuning on them, on the parts. So these we don't need to do. Those are just standard rings. Oh, we gotta put the crank in there first. Oh, it is already in there. What the heck? Bro, what is going on here? This game is being funky, so it's not letting me put the pistons in there. Okay, hold on. Nope, so it's okay. We've had this problem before
Time to do some sketchy stuff.
where it's not letting me put the performance parts in. So we're gonna have to save it. Yep, the game's getting sketchy with us for sure. So let's go ahead and save this progress. Not the first time this has done this with the performance parts, so we're gonna have to go all the way out of the game. We got it saved. Yep, we're good. So hold please while we get this reloaded. Okay, let's get completely out of the game. And oh, right. Well, so far we're good on our config. I guess as far as for what we done with that Pro Street. Are we get relaunched? We're right in the game. Alright, loaner back up. That'll fix the problem with being able to install the performance parts. This has been a problem with the performance parts since day one of that drag DLC. Obviously, it's never been fixed. I mean, it's this pretty simple thing. It's all you got to do is just save your progress, come back in. I think if we didn't have any sketchiness in games, I guess as far as though, it would probably make it less fun in a lot of cases. Oh yeah, you can definitely add your own. We definitely get plenty of sketchy. We got our own fabricated sketchiness. So if the game doesn't provide it, we can create our own. Oh yeah, let's see if it'll let us put it in there now. Yep, there we go. That's all it took as far as just to come back in. Oh, I thought you were already doing that there, Thunderlane. My bad. Yeah, don't let us keep you from doing your appointed task. So we got our 3-star flywheel. Cool. We'll get some performance heads. Yep, definitely get some performance heads. We'll paint those black as well. So we can get our coil. Cam. Fill filter. Ooh, all the parts we do have on there. Cam gears, it's going to be standard. So nothing performance about that one. So we got our heads. Timing chain, that's going to be standard. Standard timing chain. Hey now. Okay, so we're going to get time cover, we're going to paint those as well. Ain't all those parts. Alright, let's do... Oops, go to the store. Get our engine heads. We want those performance. Go to Tune Shop. 2 heads. We'll get those to a 3-star. Okay, and then timing cover, that's just going to be standard. Standard timing cover. Cool. Go 3-star and get them painted. 3-star performance heads. No one need to worry about that because that's just standard. Let's get these parts painted black. Uh-oh. We're gonna have to... Okay, hold on a minute. Gotta change some things. Let's go like that. Now we can do... Oh, that looks cool like that. I like that one. That's cool. That's pretty slick. Now let's go with that one. Mixed 4. I like that a lot. You're not going to see any of this, but I think I still like that. Okay, so let's paint the other one. So we did it this way. And just make sure we change that to Mixed 4. I think it looked pretty slick. Let's do Mixed 4. There we go. Nice. Sweet, so there's our heads. And we can do the timing cover. That one I can just do just black. That should be fine. Ooh. Alright, so there's those. Let's get those on our engine build. Okay, so our performance 3-star heads. Cool deal. Alright, try this one. That's looking slick already. Like it means business. So we'll get a supercharger intake. So we already got the cover. Let's put that cover on. Cool. We got our intake. I think I'm going to leave these silver. Not going to paint those. I'll give it a little bit of accent to it. Water pump, will definitely paint that. I think you can get a performance water pump. Gonna see what parts we can get performance. So tune up. So we need intake. Yep, we can definitely get that. Exhaust manifolds. These I'm not gonna paint. I'm gonna leave those chrome. That'll look cool. So we did need 2 of those. Water pump. Okay, that's just going to be standard. Standard water pump. Okay, we'll definitely get that painted black though. Okay, so we got some stuff here to get to 3-star. These to a 3-star. We're not going to paint these. Intake will paint. And that will paint. So we don't need to get that to a 3-star. That's not performance. Okay. But certain parts are not performance. So do not paint those. We're going to paint this guy. That'll work. Cool. Let's get our water pump. Black. Beautiful. Awesome. Let's get those put on. A little bit of running around, but that's okay. All good fun. Yeah, this is turning out pretty good. I like that black look with the red and silver accents. Put our intake there. Beautiful. Water pump. What's going on in the truck game? What is happening there today? Got our performance head exhaust manifolds. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty beast here. Yeah, it's been a little bit of a minute there. How have you been doing? Oh, we got one more bolt. Let's build our valve train. So these are just going to be standard. Nothing performance about those. Standard push rods. Need a mechanics dozen of those. Slap those in. So, how much horsepower are you thinking we can get out of this here, folks? We do it this way. We've done one of these before, to a 3-star, and if I remember right, we were just over 800 horsepower, I want to say. Let's see how many people remember. Last time we did one of these supercharged OHVs. I think we went, we were slightly over 800 horsepower. Doing all the performance parts 3-star. I know some of you were against the first here, but even if you, irregardless if you were here or not, what would you guess would be the horsepower we can get out and put all the performance parts to it? 2 or 3-star. The parts that we can put to a 3-star anyway. That might be a pretty good guess. Okay, so some pretty good guesses. Alright, we're gonna see what we get out of this puppy. Let's see what we get out of it. Those are some pretty good guesses. Might actually put the, I know I haven't done a prediction for a while. If we got the sanity points, feel free to put it up for prediction. I mean, you can feel free to just blurt it out in chat there too. You don't have to use those sanity points. No obligation. But if you feel like you want to earn some more sanity points, some of those on the line. So let's get some covers for valve train. And I think we get those performance. Let me double check here. I don't think you can get these performance. No. Okay, so those are just going to be standard. I think I might keep them stock color. We won't paint those. Just going to give it some accent. Yep, I think we'll just leave these stock. Let me see here. We'll try it out and see what it looks like. Just leave them stock. I think that gives a good accent to it. I like that. Cool. Supercharger, we'll probably paint that one. Let's see. So we can get a performance supercharger. So let's do that. FS, let's do Tune Shop, Supercharger. Yeah. I think I might keep this one not painted. I'm gonna put it on there and see what it looks like. Yeah. I don't know if it'll look better painted or not painted. gonna try not painting the supercharger, see what that does. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do part mounts. Part of me almost wants to paint these head covers, I guess, as far as a chrome color. Just to kind of give that some accent. Could probably try that. Let's see what we can do with these head covers, see if we can paint them chrome. Let's see what that looks like. I think if we had these chrome to kind of somewhat match the supercharger, I think that might look pretty cool. We already got the chrome exhaust manifolds. Alright, let's see if we can paint the head covers. Give it some chrome. Okay, so this one... Chrome. What do we got for chrome? Like that. Okay, let's give that a look. Not as chrome as I thought it would be, to be honest. We'll see what it looks like. Try that one. And then this one. Feel like we could probably make those a little bit more chrome. That's bright as we can get it. Ooh, yeah, we don't want that. Nope. Okay, so that's probably as chrome as we can get it. Okay, cool. Wait, did I paint that? I don't think I did. Nope. That. Oh, there we go. See if that looks chromey enough, I guess, as far as to put that up against the supercharger. Oh, for real? I should have posted that. I don't think it's as chrome as the supercharger is. See how that looks though. Yeah, it's not as chrome as I would like it to be. So I wonder if we have to go more of like a metallic silver. Not quite as chrome as I thought it would be. Trying to figure out how I want to do this. So if I paint the supercharger the same color as that, maybe, but then that kind of offsets from the exhaust manifolds too. I don't know if I can get that to match somehow. Bummer. Alright, so let's see if let's take these back off. I don't know if I can get those to match the chrome parts of the performance parts. Yeah, I'd like to say, I guess, as far as truck games, I guess as far as that I support that game, but I don't. I haven't supported that now, I guess, as far as for a solid year. So as much as I want to be excited for that, I'm just not. I don't really care what's going on with that game anymore. So let's see if we can do. Let's see. So if we go like this, trying not to get that out of there too. So what can we do to make that? No problem there, Thunderland. I appreciate you sticking around. Hey, when that happens, yeah, I gotta take care of the real world stuff. It's understandable. I get you. What else can I do to this? Make it more chromy. So clear coats. Roughness. That's not really a thing. Metalness. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, yeah, I like that chrome. Okay, that might look better. Try that one out. Bloop. That's available through Quality of Life mod. Okay, so let's paint the other one. Ooh, so now I can't tell which one was which though. Okay, so that one I must have already painted. Crap. Alright, so it's hard to tell which one I painted then. Okay, this must be the one I didn't paint yet. Okay, so let's do that. Go to here. I gotta go here. Whoops, which one is it again? This one. And put that on it. Nice. Bloop. Cool. Alright, so now I think we got what we need there. I think we found our combination that we want. That should make it look better on the other chrome parts. Here we got it. Oh yeah, that's gonna look good. That's so good. Definitely looks better. Okay, so found our paint that we wanted on our covers. Supercharger, leave it chrome. That's sexy. I like it. So we need some pulleys and some harmonic balancer. Those are going to leave those standard. Nothing performance about those. Okay, put some belts on there. Just standard belts. Another standard belt. Charger. Yeah, this is turning out. This is looking pretty good. Kind of what I can could envision. Okay, we need a radiator fan. Again, that's just standard. Nothing performance about those. Carburetors, we can get those performance. And obviously we'll just keep those whatever. I think they're just chrome with red. So we'll just do that. Oh, we need to get those to a 3-star though. Yep, let's get those to a 3-star. So what else can we get? Get a distributor. Performance distributor. That to a 3-star. Performance clutch plates. Cool. Yeah, let's get those items. Clutch plate, yep. That was all a 3-star. Those put on. He's shaping up pretty good. Yeah, we don't really need to paint these parts. Should be good just the way they are. Still got plenty of scrap points too. So we need that in there. So we need a pressure plate. Throwout bearing is just going to be standard. Oh yeah, this is looking good. So let's get some performance filters. We need 2 of those. Pressure plate, yeah. Get that to a 3-star. 2 of these, we'll get those to a 3-star. Rotor, that we can get performance 3-star. Alright, let's get those items to a 3-star. We don't need to paint any of those parts. I think we got most of the parts that we needed painted. Should be good. So I think even the bird catcher, we're going to keep that chrome. Definitely going to keep it. So let's do that guy. Oh, there's bird catcher. Is just going to be standard. That's right. Man, she looks good. She looking mean, fierce. The throwout bearing will just be a standard one of those. Nothing performance about that. So let's go to that. Throwout bearing. Cool. And our oil filter. Standard. That's already black, so that works out. Goes with our black theme to our engine build. So we need some sparkulators. Did I get the rotor? I get a rotor. Get our cap. Get that performance. Okay, good there. And we're gonna need some clips for that too. We'll get sparkulators. Yeah, let's get our sparkulators too while we're at it. Get some performance sparkulators. Get those to a 3-star. 8 sparkulators, yeah. Okay, let's get those over there. Man, she looks mean. That looks sick. I like it. One of our better engines that we've built so far. Okay, 3-star on the cap, all the plugs. So we'll still be able to do like performance exhaust and stuff on it too, as far as the mufflers. Got those side pipes on it. So we'll get some performance wires for the plugs. I think we should do these chrome. I mean, could definitely could make this chrome. I mean, we did see how that looks on the valve covers. Okay, so we'll get some performance wires. Yeah, we could try that. See what that looks like. That might look kind of sick. Let's get 2 clips. Those are to be standard. Gotta hold that rotor down. We don't want that flying off. A lot of power coming off this thing. Okay, so we'll get our... Yeah, we'll try that maybe chrome on the radiator fan. That might look pretty cool. Okay, 3-star wires. Nice. Do. Cool. Yeah. Let's give that a shot. We'll take that back off for a second. Paint the radiator fan chrome. See what that looks like. So we should already have. Was that the one? And then we had to go here. Which one was it again? This one. And then do this to fully paintable. There we go. Oh yeah. Bloop. Cool. Alright, let's put that on there and see what she looks like. Oh, she does look pretty cool. Look at that. That does look pretty slick that way. Okay, there we have it. I think the engine build is done. So we still got this block. I think I'm just going to sell that. Yeah, we'll just sell that. There we go. Got those monies back. Now the only thing we got to do is get this engine out of here. So we ended up with 419 at the base for this one. Right? Alright, let's go ahead and get this one out. Alrighty then. Oh, something else I didn't realize. The radiator is actually clipping through here. Ooh, so I wonder if I can fix that in the... Notice that radiator's clipping through there. So this is what is such a pain in the butt, I guess, as far as to get the game parts, I guess, as far as to play nice, I guess, as far as with your car design. It's so hard to do. This is just another perfect example of that. I wonder if I can move that up. Let me bring this down for a second. Is there room here to do that? I think there is. Oops, hold on. I think there's a little bit of room there, I guess, as far as on the core support to be able to move that up. Okay, so I'll take note of that. Slight adjustment we need to make on that. So let's drain the oil. You know the oil's in good shape, so just put that, it's fresh in there. Get that out of the way so we're not tripping on it. So yeah, we'll put performance exhaust on her. Probably keep those, I guess, as far as for this engine here. So we can still do performance fuel pump, amongst other things. No ECU on this, we don't have to worry about that. We can do performance transmission. Already got the clutch stuff on here, so that's good. Okay, that should be enough to get that engine pulled. Alright, get our crane over here, get that pulled out of there. Okay, so... Did I pull that off of... Oh shoot, I did, didn't I? No, I didn't. Alright, cool. What I'm going to do, just so I don't get these two mixed up, because there's no way to tell in your inventory which one has the performance parts to it, I'm going to put this one away. Yep, we'll put that one away so that when I pull that one off, I'll know exactly which one we're dealing with. I made that so let's do that. So now we'll have this one in our warehouse. Cool deal. Nice. Okay, let's pull this one off. Now we can put this one on. Now we know exactly, so it doesn't give you any indicators which one's what as far as performance, so the way to combat that. So there it is. Get the bottom end buttoned up. Let's get this out of the way. Now we're going to get a performance transmission, exhaust system, all that good stuff. Okay, so we'll go parts, so performance. Go to the gear shop for that. And we'll get that one to a 3-star. Okay, so before we put that in there, I'm going to go ahead and get exhaust. All performance. Okay, so let's go back to this. Oh, wrong one. This one here. Need 2 of these. 2 mufflers. And get those to a 3-star. Before we put those in. We don't need to paint those. We'll just keep those stock. You know what? I could probably paint. Now that I think of it, we could paint the transmission. Because it is got a black block. Could do that. I think I will do that. Just to kind of give a little bit of flair to it. So we got our performance exhaust. Our mufflers. Okay, the rest of those parts we don't need to worry about. Yeah, let's paint that transmission. Or gearbox, whichever your flavor is. We're just going to paint that black. Just like that. Now, what I could do is do the mixed. Let me try one of the mixed ones here. So we'll have to go here. Mixed 4. Okay, which one looks good? I guess it doesn't really matter on this one. Trying to get it to where it would still show some of the performance parts on it, but I guess it won't do that. Okay, so we're just painting it black. I was hoping maybe it would still retain some of the red bits, I guess, as far as on the performance deal. But it doesn't seem to want to do that. That's okay, that's okay. Some parts it will, sometimes some parts it won't. I did it on the heads pretty nicely. Oh wait, did I forget to put the oil pan on? I did, didn't I? I must not have buttoned up the bottom end. Oh my goodness. Whoopsie. Alright, no problem. We can do it right here. Let's get our crank bearings. Need 3 of those. Those are just going to be standard. Whoops. Got a little ahead of myself. 3 crank bearings for the crank. Definitely got a little bit ahead of myself. But it's okay. Game doesn't fault us for that. And then we're going to need 8 rod caps. This standard. Now, if we really wanted to, could have painted some of these parts black if we wanted to, but nah. I mean, we got the black pistons, I guess, as far as so. Totally could do that. Now, if we were to put like a glass oil pan to it, yeah, that might be something else we could do. I think I'm just going to do a black oil pan. I think they're black by default. Let's go ahead and get one of those. That's just going to be a standard oil pan. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it standard. Okay. Now we can get our painted gearbox in. Would have been kind of cool, yeah, be able to show us off some of those red bits on the performance gearbox, but that's okay. It's fine. Starter, that's the standard. Performance exhaust, muffler. Ooh, so that's all good. Get that on there. Get the power to the rear wheels. Then we need to get a performance fuel pump. That should finish up all the performance parts that we can apply to the engine. So, get a performance one of those, go to the tune shop. And we'll get that to a 3-star. That should be the last of it. We're about ready to get this thing dyno and see what we get out of it. So we had some guesses there. I think one of which was like 825. That might be pretty close, I feel. Whoops, we didn't want to paint. Already painted. We just need to get it to a 3-star. On that pump. There we go. Okay, so... No, it won't be 1,000. Definitely won't be that much. But that's a good guess. We're thinking more realistically here. This is not like a MSD ignition type of setup here. Single ignition, I guess as far as with... yeah, so if we had dual ignition and stuff like that, I guess as far as to it, easily. We'll probably get 1,000 horsepower, but no, that's not what we got here. Just to clarify. 825 would probably be pretty realistic. I think JB, I guess as far as I mentioned that. Yeah. Let's get this all the way on the ground. Okay, so the other thing we need to do is get the motor honey back into her. Get that motor honey back in. Oh, excuse me a second there, folks. I got at the door. Be right back. Alrighty then. Sorry about that, folks. Did I get all the oil in there? I don't know if I got it all in there or not. Let's check to make sure we got adequate oil motor honey. Nope. So definitely need more in there. That is not very adequate at all. Well, I see Smoothilini came in there too, I guess, as far as in flexing there. Nobody else has challenged Smoothilini on that spot. Alright, we got the motor honey back in there. Let's see if she runs. Ooh, she fires right up. She sounds mean. Alright, we need to get this over to the dyno. see what we got here. So JB says 825. Let's go see how good we did here. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and put this up in a prediction. Figure why not? No obligation on it. Haven't done one prediction here in a while, so start a prediction. So how much HP? Let's try which one do we got? 7. Yeah, I'm gonna rewrite this one here though. So we're gonna say I'm going by yours initially there. JB. Coolant's already in there. The only thing we had to drain was just the oil, just to get the engine out. So it would be more than 825 or less than 825. I'll leave this up there for about a minute. You can feel free to use those sanity points, I guess, as far as to yeah, let's try that out. Should be live. Yo, what's going on there, farm guy? You're just in time, I guess, as far as to put your prediction in there, I guess, as far as for what kind of horsepower we're gonna get. JB says we should get 825. Let's see if we get more or less than that. I'll let that, so let's get this over to the dyno so we can actually get this going. Hope the day started off there good there, farm guy. For those of you that missed it, I guess, as far as we did some contractville yesterday, I guess, as far as over on Farmer Guy stream, that was pretty fun. We didn't quite get that house done yet, though. It's still got to be decorated and get a roof on it. Alright, so just about over on the prediction. So we got some things here to tune. I forgot about that. Got to tune some stuff here. So let's tune our carbs. Starters. Do this. Get how to do this. So that's all 0. Okay, not quite. My goodness, so that. Oh, so close. I'll get it. 0, 0. Crap. Okay, I went the wrong way on that one. 2. Gotta get 2 of them the same, so that's good there. This one's already maxed though, so that's not good. Oh, you dirty rat. What happens when you don't do it? Practice makes perfect. Okay, so this one goes up. There we go. So -1, 0, 0. That's what I have. So that's 1 carb. Why? So 2 zeros and a -1. Okay, 2 zeros. Damn it. Ah, you dirty rascal. 1 0. Oh. Come on now, work with me. I always screw this up. 0. 2 zeros. Okay, we need this to be -1. 2. You dirty thingy. That's close. And so that. Sketchy with me again. That's all zeros. Okay, so now if I go... Not quite, okay. Damn it. Oh, that's so close. Dirty rascal, you. Ones. Oh. Okay. Off by 1, I guess, as far as I did that way. 2 zeros minus 2. Oh. Gotta be a minus 1 on this. Shoot. That's close, but it needs to be a minus 1. Crap. See, oh, it's 1 off. Dirty thing, you. Two zeros, mine. That's the closest I can get it right there. What the heck, bro? 2. Oh, no. No, no, no. Two have to be the same. There we go. So as long as you get 2 pots the same, in most cases there. So I don't know why it's so obscure like that a lot of times. Anyway, we got those both tuned. Nice, that was a workout. So I don't need to do anything with the transmission just yet. So until we get it tested on the strip, from that. So we got the carbs and yeah, all that good. So we're good to go. So let's find out how much horsepower we get out of this. 825. So for those of you that did predict, let's see what you got. Holy crap, that is not what I expected at all. That is not what I expected at all. That's a pretty... Now, I think... who was it that mentioned it as far as it was going to be 1,000 horsepower? Holy smokes. I think a lot of us were wrong. So if you did choose more than 825... If you did choose more than 825, you're good. So we maxed it out on the rating there too. 999. So alright, let's close that prediction out. So if you chose more than 825, you would have chose correctly. So more than 825 was, so choose, so it was more than 825. How many jobs we got today there, farmer guy? You got a lot of work to do? So nobody got that one, I don't think. I guess the first with that. I wouldn't have. I would have been wrong too. I would have never expected that. So somebody mentioned, I guess, as far as it being 1,000 horsepower. I guess they were pretty close. I'm impressed. Yeah. So if he's already out the door, I was just kind of curious what kind of jobs we got. All right, let's go take it over to the strip and try it out. Let's go try her out. Let's see what we got here. That's a bummer, nobody got that. Player didn't do the thing. Anyway, we're already here at the quarter mile. So we got a Subaru, I guess, as far as we go up against all-wheel drive. Decent amount of tuning to it. Let's go check it out. 5-year-old? You mean 5. You just mean 5. I don't know why it said 5-year-old. Darn Siri, I guess, as far as changing your words again. She got some giddy up. This car definitely got some giddy up. I'll give it that. So you got 5 jobs and 1 big one? Nice. So it sounds like you got a busy day. Well, if you got to head out the door, I guess first, definitely don't try to work too hard. This thing's definitely got some giddy up. So I might have to do some tweaking on the gears. Try another one. So let's do McLaren. See what we can do against the wide body McLaren. So what did we see there? 9.6, I guess, as far as we got out of those. We went from low 11s down to 9.6. Nice. She needs another gear too. I might add another gear. So look at that McLaren. That McLaren's just smoking. Yeah, most McLarens are fast. She's still kind of creaking there a little bit, but she's got a lot of power on the hood. So let's try the drag monster. That'd be a nice one. So we did see this at the house. This one's got the one we have anyway has about 2,700 horsepower. Drag monster might beat us. Let's see what we got. So we got a lot smaller car too. That van's pretty chunky. Got a little too excited there. My bad. My bad. Let's try it again. Try it again. Close it was though. Holy smokes. Yeah, definitely could probably use a little bit of fine tuning on the gears. Maybe even add a 5th gear. Other than that, it's pretty good. We got a lot of power on this Pro Street Pinto. Alright, let's head it back to the house. Do some fine tuning here on the gears. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Nothing too serious. We had a little bit of fun here today, as far as with this Pro Street Pinto. I haven't gotten to the rest of the mod yet. Might start into that a little bit. See what we got there. I do realize, I guess, as far as we did spend quite a bit of time, I guess, as far as on this Pro Street Pinto. She turned out pretty good, though. I like it. So we did do some adjustments on the config too, just as far as kind of changing things. I'll probably have to make sure I get back up that one up there, as far so we have that for our own config, as far as in comparison to the original. Got another raffle going. So what we need to do, while we got this here in the dyno, let's tune on this one here. So ooh, really short gear. Let's see, I'm going to add a 5th gear. Starters. And I think I'm going to leave the rest of it just the same. I'm just going to add that 5th gear. I think that's all I'm going to do. See how that does. I'm liking the way it is so far. Okay, let's go ahead and try her out. Now, we didn't have to re-dyno it because we already had the performance gearbox in there. Should be good to go. She should perform here a little bit better on the strip. Quarter mile. Go against that drag monster again. Good matchup. Good matchup. You did beat us last time. I think that 5th gear made the difference. That 5th gear made the difference. Absolutely. Now we're sub 9 seconds here. Yeah, we got a fast little hot rod here now. Right, what else we got? Got the McLaren wide body again. That thing smoked us. It was like 8.4. got something for that wide body McLaren now. So that little bit of creaking there, I guess, as far as we still got some parts that are a little bit big, I guess, as far as what they need to be, but that's fine as long as we can get it down the lane. That's all we care about. Let's see what else we got. So the fact that we're at this level here kind of minimizes, I guess, as far as who we can go up against. Let's see if we can beat the Pagani. See if we can beat that Pagani. It's a pretty fast car. I'd say we got something here. We definitely got something here with this this Pro Street Pinto. What about the rest of Mod Bel Air? Now we went against the Cruiser and that beat us previously. I think other than that creaking that gets as far as at the end of the strip there, gets as far as we've got a pretty good deal. Gets down the lane. So we drag monster, wide body, wide voice, standard. Ooh, this might be a good one. So Ferrari 288 GTO. Try him out. Who's it going to be on that raffle? It's so funny, like when she slows down, it gets as far as she's just all creaky. Yeah, we got sub 9 seconds all day long. So that's a standard. Tease it. Ooh, WRX. Subaru. Let's try this. WRX.
Welcome to the party, pal.
What's going on there, Dark Legacy? Welcome into the party. We can beat just about anything in this class, looks like. So what we haven't gotten yet is a Koenigsegg. We get a Koenigsegg. There's, speaking of which, asking you shall receive. So it is the high-end Koenigsegg. See if we can beat the Koenigsegg. The game was probably reading my mind. It's like JB got some fluids out of that. GG's. We can even beat the Koenigsegg.
Time to do some sketchy
Get your stuff, get away with it. Oh, ba day. Yeah, we've been kind of doing some sketchy stuff with this Pro Street. You're coming to live over in Colorado. So are you moving there, Dark, or is that just it's hot over there? What's the weather like over there in Colorado? Just out of curiosity. Been a while since I've been to Colorado. I think we got a good car here. Let's do one more. So we did the Pagani, Koenigsegg, Maltese, Drag Monster, WRX, standard. What have we not go against? We haven't gone against a C8. Damn. Yeah, F indeed. That is pretty hot. I can't wait to get maybe not quite that hot here, but definitely warmer. I definitely want to get warmer. Yeah, I think just about everything we've gone against in this class, we can beat it. That's cool. Alright, so I think I'm good. Had a lot of fun here with this Pro Street so far. I'm going to work a little bit on this. I'm going to take a little bit of look at this rest of my Pinto. It's got the Coyote in it. That one's got the Coyote in it. Ow! I know that's my best coyote. Alright, so we put that other supercharged engine away. Yeah, this one turned out pretty slick, I have to admit. So we did have to make some adjustments to the config. I do have to make a note for myself to back this config up that we saved here so that we can have one of our own. That is, unless the creator of the mod, I guess, as far as actually does make those adjustments. Similar. Maybe not exactly the same, but yep, I think she turned out pretty good. Pretty darn good. So we got these parts left over. I think I'm gonna do is just sell those. We definitely got that that Pro Street rolling. That's for darn sure. Let's go ahead and sell all these parts. Whoop. Clear the inventory. Yeah, that one's turned out pretty slick. Let's see what we got on this one. We need to give this one a bath. He's dirty. So I think initially what we need to do is pull that engine. I don't think there's enough on here that we can get this thing running. Let me see here. So are we missing any major components to get it running? So the ECU's there. I wonder if we can just top it off with some fresh oil and see. See, where's the dipstick? Right there. Yep, she's a little low. I'm gonna put some oil in it to see if she'll start. Let's see if she'll start. I think this was a 3-star from the auction. Okay, that should be sufficient on the motor, honey. Yeah, she's a little dirty, but that's fine. Let's just see if she'll crank over. Get a little lubrication on it. Nothing. Okay, so that means battery's dead. Not dead, but so is it missing a starter? Probably missing a starter. Let me see here. Starter. Let's see what the starter's doing. Yep, starter's shot. All right, so let's get a new starter. I don't know if I have any of those in the warehouse. Let's double check. Definitely still charge the battery. Let's see here. Starter. I have only a 3-star. We'll go ahead and buy a new one. I don't want to use those. I'm going to save that for, I don't know what I'm going to save it for actually, but let's just buy a new one of those. Let's put that on the list. Let's go to the electronics store, grab ourselves a new starter. Okay. Slap that in there. I think we can get this one running. That's the way it is. Okay, we'll charge the battery. Shouldn't even be good in that condition, actually. So, seriously there, Dark Legacy, you're gonna be, you're considering to move there, or you're just being sarcastic? I know. That's some pretty warm weather. That seems like Arizona weather. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you're being 100% serious on that or not as far as moving to Colorado. Alright, so let me see. Let's see if she'll start. Come on, baby. Okay, so we still got some, I think it's more electrical. The fact that we can get her to turn over. Let's do an electrical test. See what's going on with this. See if we got any bad fuses. Maybe some bad ignition coils. I'm looking for anything that's red, at least for this time being. Yep, we got a bad relay. So the battery's already good, so that's not the readout. Don't worry about that. So we got a red relay.
It ain't got no gas in it.
It might not have any gas in it. It might have bad gas in it. Yeah, where's that red relay? Right there. let's replace that. Okay. Replace the relay. Yeah, it might have some bad gas in that tank, actually. So that cover's bad, but I'll put it back on there. Let me see if the fuel pump. Very good. Yeah, same either, JB. Oh, the fuel pump's bad too. Alright, let's get the new fuel pump. Fuel pump's bad too. Let's go back to this store. Get yourself a new fuel pump. That is not repairable. Alright, let's see if that fixes anything. She's in rough shape. Alright, let's try it now. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Look at that, she's a runner. Pretty hard start, but she's a runner. Got that mean growl to it. Nice, so we got her running at least anyway. I think that's where I'm going to leave this one off here, folks. We actually got it running. That's definitely got some promise there for that engine, I guess, as far as to fix that up. Definitely had a lot of fun here with this Pro Street Pinto. We'll probably get into that on Wednesday, I guess, as far as with the rest of Mod Pinto. I'm super excited, I guess, as far as we got the Coyote actually running. I'm a Chevy guy, so just keep that into perspective. Very much appreciated for everybody that did drop by and stuck around for today. We'll be back here tomorrow doing some trucking, some virtual trucking, I guess, as far as over there, and starting off in ATS, and eventually going over to do some trucking in Europe. So if you're looking forward to that and you haven't done it already, definitely make sure, depending on which platform you're on, we are simulcasting. If you're on the purple side, hit that follow button to get the notifications when streams are live. Hit the subscribe if you're over on the red side. Social medias are posted in the channel. See if I can get my button to work. Of course not, so I'll have to do this manually. But I do like to let the folks know, I guess, as far as what's happening in between streams. And amongst other things, I guess, as far as I do like to post there on the social media, so feel free to check those out at your leisure. If you're on the purple side, we're going to send this off to somebody on the outro. In fact, yep, we're going to go and check out Grumpy and see what Grumpy's up to. I guess as far as he's doing some virtual trucking. We'll be doing some of that tomorrow here on the channel, doing some simulcast on both the purple and the red side. So definitely looking forward for catching you folks, I guess, as far as then. Until then, hope you all do have a marvelous rest of your Monday. Hope to see all you again here real soon.